Then welcome, ladies and gentlemen, officially to the Blood Surge 3.0, featuring the Blood Moon Breaches. And no, Balu, I'm already telling you it won't be crappy for boss fights, because Mother's Embrace for clearing dungeons, and then for bosses we're going to be using Exposed Flesh or something else. So I think this build is going to have like two versions, the tier 100 clearing version and then the boss fight version, because it makes no sense to make a version for both, right? So if you already commit on Blood Surge, then we would rather like try to make something that works on both. So let's throw our funds to the dogs and let's see what we can do. Also, if you're new to this and you've never seen it before, we're essentially building a build live for you, and we're taking pointers, and also, you know, like if you have something that you find interesting to put down, we always are happy to hear you out. We'll start with Hemorrhage at this point. Actually, it's an interesting part if we do need Hemorrhage with a Fortify here. Or if we're going to be better off going into the Reap. I'm trying to like completely ignore basic skills, so that could be hard, but we'll try it. We need the Blood Surge. We need the Blood Surge completely into the Paranormal Blood Surge. Then we're probably going to go for Imperfectly Balanced, but it might be that I'm actually going to shirk out on this, but just hate like the enhanced cost on Blood Surge, because Blood Surge is actually nice, such a nice and cheap skill. And then you make it more expensive. A Hoot Flash, most likely. Blood Mist, we'll leave that out for now. We'll go for Enhanced Corpse Explosion to play Corpse Explosion for the maximum damage here. Actually, we might just go for Simple Corpse Explosion for now. Let's see about that. I do need to play Decrepify, so there's no question if we're playing Decrepify. We are playing Decrepify. We might play it as instant kill, though. That could be an interesting thought. Instead of cooldown reduction, we might place it instant kill. That could be a thing. We do need Death Embrace for the damage reduction. Then we need the bonus damage here, the bonus damage here, and each 1 point. And we are probably going to make Blood Orbs and not vulnerable, but we'll have to see about that. Probably vulnerable. Brings us into the sacrifice bonuses. With the bonus Overpower. I do want the attack speed. If it is possible at any capacity, I would go for the attack speed. Then we're going to miss out on Death Reach, but Death Reach would also be these points right now. We currently don't have Blood Mist, but we'll need to see if we can fit everything skill-wise. Okay, step number 1 is going to be Blood Surge. Blood Surge together with Corpse Explosion and Corpse Tendrils, most likely. We might get rid of Corpse Tendrils and Corpse Explosion in the long run. We have Bone Storm. We're going to have Decrepify. And technically, this is either basic skill here or Blood Mist. So that's like the thought process, what you want. And I think right now out of the house, we should already be able to be Infinite Essence. And I want to test that without changing anything, right? And always have the Companion do the Vulnerable. Yeah, but the problem with the Companion do the Vulnerable is that I truly always need Vulnerable. Dime, get to see there, brother. Pleasure. So there's no like option if I can have Vulnerable. I truly always need Vulnerable at the max level performing to really have this work out. If we're going to go for the Essence Restoration the way we're planning to. So we have the one plan that is Exposed Flesh. And Exposed Flesh is really simple, right? You just get multiple enemies. Then we're going to have our bot make things vulnerable with Tempest, and efficiency goes out for arcing because we need to hit more enemies. And then you're essentially just like, yeah, you're blood surging, and as you can see, we're not running out. Now we ran out for a second, then we're lucky hitting again, and the corpse explosions are hitting again. Now, see, we need a bit more lucky hit to make this infinite. Like you're kind of if we lucky hit, we got this. If we don't lucky hit, we don't have this. I mean, with a Bone Storm, you get more because then as we activate now the Bone Storm, right? And then we have bonus Bone Storms going. Then we are like here. And you notice, if we don't have enough lucky hit, then the Essence Restoration is not really working as much as you want it to. But now comes the interesting thing. If we're now taking Mother's Embrace, right, instead of Exposed Flesh, and you go for Mother's Embrace. Like, look at how much Essence we're getting back. because you're already getting all the essence back, plus the automatic corpse explosion, plus him doing this. So we now will go for Mother's Embrace and Exposed Flesh and say, screw corpse explosion. It's actually really interesting with a robot, right? Like, see, like, this is how long it takes to actually run out of essence then. And nothing survives that long. So Mother's Embrace, I think it's a fixed choice that we can't shirk on. The question rather is, do we take Ring of Sacrilegious Souls or not? I mean, it's interesting to have the corpse explosions happening. The alternative is, though, what else do we take? Because if we don't take the corpse explosion, yeah, what other thing would you be going for? So then we also have to audit corpse tendril cast ourselves, but it would help us not have to use the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. But if we also don't use the corpse explosion ring, then having Grim Harvest is a little bit because you're not actually using corpses. So you would have to get rid of Grim Harvest as well and the complete corpse production, which will give us 11 points. But these 11 points, they are not really useful because we can't put them into anything. Kind of like the double-sided blade of this. And you don't have anything to really profit from this. I mean, you could put things in Hemorrhage, but Hemorrhage wouldn't do much more damage. You could put things in Blood Mist to bleed Blood Mist more often. Also seems irrelevant to a degree. You could do Bone Prison, but Bone Prison is just useless for this build at least. So it kind of makes no sense to deny Corpse Explosion. I mean, right now with Corpse Tendrils and Blood Mist, you could technically add your basic skill. But the idea is obviously to not use your basic skill, right? We don't want to use the basic skill. I guess we're back to the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. Remember, you could also just play the Corpse Explosions without the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls and just Corpse Explosion yourself whenever you need it, just for the bonus damage. We definitely need Blood Mist into Corpsey Blood Mist, so we can engage like this. All right, and do that. Let's go with this for now. I mean, more interesting is also the Paragon board. We're actually going to choose overpower wise in the Paragon board, which gives me, I think we still could go for sacrificial, right? Hello, Manuel. Good to see you there. You wanted to drop by and just say, appreciate your Bloodlands build. Howdy. Wow. We're currently doing a Blood Surge build to see if we can get something that will rival the Bloodlands build. And we should be able to. I mean, right now, the basic plan is I want to use the Blood Moon Breaches, because the Blood Moon Breaches allow us to really do enough damage. Blood Moon Pans with the Nova Amulet. Well, so the Nova Amulet ain't good. EU or an A? I'm EU, defenseless. But it doesn't matter if you're EU or an A. You can play together. There's no region lock. Everyone can play with everyone. Just in case you didn't know. Blood Baguettes, Bloodbath board. Yeah, you take the Bloodbath board, but not the Blood Baguettes. You have to enter through here. I learned this the hard way, but you have to enter through here. Still, though, very annoying board. So we're playing the Blood Moon Breaches. But that's going to be interesting to make sure that we have enough armor with that Pans Chan. And enough life, especially, going on as well. And Blood Moon Breaches to provide another level of damage reduction, so that's kind of cool. I like that. Skull, Royal Skull. So we have like another 8,500 armor running. 8,500 armor is not enough. I think what we have to let go is we have to let go of that one here. Bloodlands is just so beautiful. Okay, let's go up, and we're gonna take the overpower, and then we're essentially gonna be moving into, and yeah, technically we should go like, Overpower, and you want like the damage while fortified, because technically we want to be fortified at any point in the game. Like I cannot see how we wouldn't be fortified in any situation, so we definitely want to be fortified. And then it's also more damage while fortified. That's the technical side of it, right? And here we would put in the essence glyph for more critical strike damage, because this is like 39, so that's insane. Now we would go out here. So this is like for the first board. And technically you need to take this one, because this would be also damage while fortified and more max life. Again, right? Like insane amounts of max life. And then you shouldn't forget to actually take the... This is like the weirdest board to take, that you're forced to go for it, right? But you are literally forced to consider going for this board, because you get essence on kill. I mean, imagine getting essence on kill, Chan. Essence on kill is so important. The only problem is that this is like the weirdest board in terms of willpower that exists. I might go like I'm just tapping the willpower here portion of this board quickly right now. We might go for something else. Yeah, that would be technically the basic setup. I'm already like really not liking this. I mean, we already had 21,000 life though, right? I need essence on kill my pulverized druid. Essence on kill is too good to ignore. There's like no question. I mean, I gotta check if we do actually have blood surge gloves. So we do already have with the sacrifices, which is kind of funny, like with minimum overpower taken. So this is mages for the bonus sacrifice bonus, skeletal warriors for the bonus resistance. So we're just resistanced out. Oh, and we need to drop the amulet. That is another bummer. Fuck. We need to drop the amulet. And the problem is that if I drop the amulet and take the Banished Lord's talisman, that we're actually ending up in a... Yeah, that's 6,600 armor, Chad. But do I not have a helm with total armor? Wait a second. I have a helm. I am pretty sure that has total armor in... Yeah, that is my helm here. That's actually the helm I'm using for the Blood Surge build right now, and I would really feel bad of like using it for this build, so I hope that I have another one that lifts stat-wise up to the... I do have another one. This one was total armor, cooldown reduction, intelligence, yeah. It's like, okay, it kind of like, it's not horrible. It's not good either. Probably have to redo the Blood Surge, but look at that, 24,000 HP, and suddenly we're at 8,500 armor, so that's actually pretty good. We also do get another skull. And as you can see, we're trying to get like really the maximum amount of damage out, right? We have like the 104% critical strike overpowered damage thingy. We only do have currently 30% critical strike chance, so that's a bit of a bummer. We have our overpower wand happening because it needs to be a wand. It is here in overpower, damage over time, damage to injured. Oh no, you were horrible. Why are we having you? I had so many overpowered. This intelligent critical strike, overpowered, damage to slowed. Yeah, see, that one is insane. Do I have another one so I don't have to break this? A critical strike damage, overpower, crowd control. No, like where's my overpower ones? I have here overpower, core skill damage, damage to close, damage to distant. Yeah, I'll just reroll one of these, right? I mean, this is also in overpower damage and vulnerable damage. Like these are insane, right? Like they're really good. Okay, let me just take a new one so I'm not gonna be ruining the one for my build. Even more overpower. What the fuck, 20, 23, we're not even done with the health. So this is like merely the start. This is merely the start, sir. We're just getting it on, okay? What stats do you need? Answer yes. I mean, this one needs to get removed. Ultimate skill damage, no. Critical strike damage, bone skills, no. Core skill damage is always good here. See, this is overpower, vulnerable core skill. I mean, technically you want critical strike damage, but you know, I got this now. So we're not even at the end. It's like 23k health is like just the start, essentially. Basically the start, chat. We're not even, we're like, you know. A Blood Surge also. We need better gloves. So I have Blood Surge, overpower damage and attack speed. That's really nice. The problem is I kind of need Blood Surge and then Critical Strike chance and some other things together. So it's like really hard to get everything I actually need Blood Surge wise. I mean, these are the best gloves I have right now from the Blood Surge department, but they are missing Critical Strike damage. And I need that Critical Strike damage, which has me a bit in shambles. Oh, we need resources, Chan. We barely have resources to upgrade things. This is getting sad in that term. Ooh. Okay, that goes out. You stay with us for now. That goes out. I need a chest. I should have a chest that has total... Wait a second. I don't think I have a good chest. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've been so relying on my chest piece. I don't think I have a good one. I mean, the best chest I have right now is actually the Mutilator Plate, and that would be horrible to use. Because I don't think I have a good chest. Uh-oh. See, my builds are lacking, Chan. I forget to pick up a good chest piece. Oh, no. Honestly, I'll put on the Mutilator Plate for now. Just to, we are 10,500 armor. Yeah, that's unlucky, kind of. What's the point of Nightmare Dungeon when there are vaults now? There is no point. You don't Nightmare Dungeon anymore. And if you're Nightmare Dungeoneering, you're doing things wrong. Okay, we should be able to enchant the Blood Surge thingy. No, I don't actually. Blood Surge. We haven't done the Hoarfrost Demise yet, but here's Blood Surge, Novas again. I mean, some people do prefer Nightmare Dungeons for some me completely like eluding reasons. Okay, so we got this. This helmet needs Shielding Storm. You can get a 3% version. I'm fine with that. So that's Shielding Storm on the helmet. We get Season Storm with Blood Surge. And, well, here comes the tricky part. Now we would need... Oh, shit. I cannot use 2 unique rings. It would simply not work. Using 2 unique rings is too greedy. Because what I need is, I need the Grasping Veins, right? For the Banished Lord's Talisman to unfold the maximum damage. Because if we don't have Grasping Veins, that's like really sad. I don't want to do my 20% Grasping Veins though. That comes on a... There's on a perfect roll item here. I have an 18% Grasping Veins. That can come out. So we obviously do need Grasping Veins, right? That's important. Yes, we'll farm a lot of gear today, Chan, because it's not long and we get the leaderboards, so need to get there, but we also want this to work. So we have the core aspects, bone, we get that, we get this, we get the pants, we get the boots. The boots can change. The chest could also be... The chest could be Juggernaut armor right now. Imagine I had a chest with total armor percentage, guys, and Juggernaut, boom, I'm fully armored out. I don't actually have to give a fuck anymore, so that's kind of interesting. Now, my problem is I need to drop a ring, and either I would drop the Essence Production ring, which is terrible, or I would drop that ring, so I guess I'd rather probably drop the Sacrilegious ring. But if I drop the Sacrilegious ring, we really have to say goodbye to any kind of corpse production, and then if I put the corpse skill out, I have 1 skill left over. But if I have 1 skill left over, that would allow me to play Hemorrhage, but I don't want to play Hemorrhage. It's kind of like, it would allow me to play Hemorrhage, but I really do not want to do that. And I also have another 7 points left over that are useless. I mean, we could get more essence and that isn't useless. We could reduce the cooldown of Blood Mist. We could reduce the cooldown of Corpse Tendrils. We could put more points into Transfusion and Drain Vitality, which are also both completely And I guess more points in Death Reach and then 2 more points in Drain Vitality to just fortify always. Yeah. Interestingly enough, we could leave the Flesh Eater board completely away then. Because usually I would always go into the Flesh Eater board, but if we manage to leave that behind us, when we have to check how it feels in a dungeon and how it feels against bosses. I like the idea of dropping all corpse guilds because I don't want to be beholden to have to play the corpse guilds. Does that make sense to you, Chan? Because I really hate that. That's like, you know, you gotta play the corpse guilds. Like, but what if I really don't want to play the corpse guilds because they're kind of like really right? Have you heard about Anthony Evans' Thorn Summoner pet build? I don't know who Anthony Evans is. No hurt feelings. So no, I have not heard of his Thorn's pet summoner build. Must apologize for my ignorance. That would be... We need this overpower node, but at the same time, we would need to get to the thing. I'm asking myself, is there a world? It's a triple way out. If I can get like from like technically what I only want from this build is this node. When you could go in here, that's damage while healthy. And then go over to the thing. And while we go down here to get damage, overpower. So technically that would be possible. Looks so weird right now. New viewer here. Thanks for all the Necro help. No problem, sir. That's what I do for a living. Having fun making Necromancer builds. Enjoying myself. Hopefully giving you a good feeling. We're actually resistance out, chat. We're missing 0.5 resistances. That's kind of funny. I like that. Okay, we could take this rune here, and we have the chance to take Amplify, for example, but we actually, there's more overpower up here, so we'd have to take the Dex. That means you want to take the Exploit Glyph, because that would be Dex, boom. Then you take the Exploit Glyph, and we go up here, Overpower, Dex, overpower. And then lastly, you can also take this Dex node if you want to, and that, yeah. Okay, that would work. Then I have 15 points left that I could invest. Like I could do this technically, but this is like kind of unnecessary. So I could do this to go up to 24,000 life. Chan. I mean, right now I kind of want to know how much damage we would deal. So let's see what our overpower is already saying. I mean, right now we are only at 3,200% overpower. It's pretty weak. I mean, like, look at that, chat. 3,200 overpowered. The Uber Ring is better. That's wrong, because the Uber Ring doesn't give a resource back. So, I mean, right now the problem is not more damage. The problem is having enough damage for the resource shebang. So that's the interesting part. Oh, that was an 800k overpower, just like that. Okay, 2.5 million overpower. Yeah, 3 million overpower. Okay, 1.5 million. Yeah, I like what I see there. Look at my resource, by the way, John. Three and a half. Oh God, Jesus, Chan, we're being unfair. we're being unfair. Yeah, resource is moving. We're doing something wrong. And we're actually missing, like, so we're missing our attack speed aspect, which makes me a bit sad. That's why we have attack speed on the gloves, by the way, because we need this. The problem is right now we're missing lucky hit chance and crit. So our gloves need to have lucky hit chance and crit. So they need to have blood surge, overpower, attack speed, lucky hit chance, and crit. They can't. I mean, you notice where the problem is. They can't. Because right now I only have a 31% lucky hit chance bonus, and that is not enough, because Mother's Embrace does have the 9%. We do have the 9% here. That's 18. We have the 15, but we need the lucky hit chance. I mean, we do have like 22.5% critical strike chance, plus another 20% from Grasping Veins, plus another 20% from Bone Storm. I guess what we could do is we could say that we put efficiency support on the bond. To give us the bonus of critical strike chance. I think I would like that. There's no better ability than Tempest for doing that. That's my issue. So that blight needs to be rerolled, obviously, into intelligence, into all stats, into lucky hit chance. Boom, there you go. So important. Okay, now we have 7 points left. But so instead of going for these points here, we could also go out of this one. Important. And you could technically consider going for the Flesh Eater board, but only to get the last glyph activated with the damage to elites. So you would go into the Flesh Eater board, but only to get into this. But for that, we would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I didn't turn it right enough. Oh, cult leader. Jeez, what am I doing? So I really only want the glyph here, right? That's like, again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it's already 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's like the question, right? If I ditch this here because we don't need the armor, it's 9 points. Boom. Now I would have to weasel points out somewhere just to activate another glyph, and I just don't see how that's a thing. I could weasel points out somewhere. Before I weasel, honestly, you know what? That makes no sense. I guess I have a better use for these points. So instead of like trying to squeeze out the maximum there, I think what's better is, as I said, we're gonna get this one here for the maximum life bonus, right? Which is insane. But then you could also go here for even more critical strike bonus, because this is like up, see more critical strike bonus. We could do more all damage here right now, for example, and we could also do up a do. Here, the last resistance to all elements, and then we are resistanced out. Huh. Well, let's see how this is going to be working in a dungeon now. XP boost tomorrow, is that true? Yes, 50% XP boost, but it's not a permanent XP boost. It's an XP boost that happens like and then goes away, and that happens and goes away when you pick up shrines. It's still a very good XP boost, don't get me wrong. Okay, now let's see how this is going. By the way, yes, we're playing a wrong chest plate, guys. So the chest plate can be an armor aspect to actually push our armor up. And that would be nice, but look at the damage. Oh, I lost my HP. I actually lost HP because my barrier wasn't barriering enough. That's interesting that I'm losing HP. Oh, because I'm not pulling things together. Oh, I gotta play this different. Oh, and I'm wondering what feels worse, because I'm not playing this the right way. Yeah, horrible gameplay. So I'm so used to like playing this with automatic corpse explosion and everything, right? But I currently dished that. Because I'm like essentially not like using the automatic corpse explosion. See, I kill everything, then I pull everything together, then I kill everything harder. I'm more confused how much damage we're taking, and we need to look at our fortify in between. Pull everything together. I finally lost my essence because my bot wasn't there. See now, ow. That frosty thingy is so annoying. Like there's still some clunkiness to it that we're not getting rid of right now. You notice like where it's like and we're like taking more damage than I feel comfortable with. Not that it's like in any ways threatening, because we just gotta pull things together, right? And right now the biggest problem is just our no barrier thingy, so we're waiting to, yeah, there's my barrier back, and then have the barrier up. Let me take this, and we actually need to pick up items, so we need to get the and make sure that we have the barrier going. Because if you don't have the permanent barrier going, you're like essentially not getting you're not invincible. It's part of our invincibility program. It's having the barrier going. Our fortify is mainly working our lucky hit, and it's actually enough, so that's interesting. I mean, the damage is there, right? We're doing up to 5 million, and we're actually like, it's interesting because we're missing out on Flesh Eater. So we're missing out on a 40% damage multiplier, Chan, in case you wonder. So this is like without an interesting 40% damage multiplier.
I'm not ready yet.
If for vaults, this is like, I never doubted that this would be good for vaults, but how is feel in a boss fight, and what can we do to make a boss fight feel better? Because that's right now the big question, right? How do we make boss fights potentially feel better? Let's just get this one done. I'm still not 100% happy. So I know this is working right now, right? We're putting out the damage. It's insane. But I'm not 100% happy just from the overall play. I mean, it's going to be good for the gauntlet because the gauntlet is tier 70. So that means if I'm running around here, and you can see like I'm doing like the multi-million crits, right? So if we're actually doing the multi-million crits very easily, that also means that in a well, that was an interesting internet hiccup. I haven't had that one in a while, Chan. I hope everything is back to normal. Do you have a build video for your minion build? Not for the newest one or the latest one, but for the version 1, we already have a video, yes. But the version 1 was essentially like for leveling and getting to the point. And now we obviously made an improved version already for tier 100 dungeons, but that video is going to come tomorrow. So that's a tier 100 dungeon minion build. And then we'll actually make a third video with an even more optimized minion build, but that's then not going to be full summoner anymore. That's going to be a, oh, that was 6 million damage, Chan. So 6 million is possible with one single blood surge. I should not forget to like really do this. I feel a little bit that the aspect of grasping veins is useless, because when are we going to really get to grasping veins, right, chat? So I play this aspect that gives me bonus critical strike damage when everyone is pulled together. But when am I actually using that? I mean, like, right? Sure. Now I'm using it. When there's elites. So I guess an argument could be made when there's elites to actually use it. But it's not like I need it, even if there's elites. So that aspect could technically be also replaced through an untimely death if I wanted to, for even more damage. Because right now, like when I'm running through the dungeon, I'm not really... Yeah, right? Does Hemorrhage do something for the build? I haven't used Hemorrhage a single time now. But the problem is there's no other skill to take. So I could take Corpse Explosion instead of Hemorrhage. But I'm also not really Corpse Explosioning. Like I don't even need to Corpse Explosion or anything in that capacity. So the Hemorrhage is also like, sure, would, but not really using it anyways too. So like, well, what are we going to do now? I need a exhumation leveled up. I have a lot of glyphs that I like need leveled up right now. With Temerity, I tried Temerity, and the problem is the moment you're not healing, you're essentially not Temeritying. So I have tried Temerity. The thing is, what do you rather want to have? Temerity to give you bonus shield, or you're getting the 70% life plus. Flicker Stab in this build. Yes, we're currently having Flicker Stab and we're playing Mother's Embrace together with Exposed Flesh. I'm generally considering dropping the Corpse Tendril aspect, because I'm kind of feeling like, I mean, let's think about it, right? You just saw me go through the dungeon, correct, Chan? And instead of this, we could also play, I don't think it's in here, sadly. Now, I don't think I actually got a second one of these. I don't think I've seen a single one of these right now, Chan. Untimely. No, I might have. So here, each percent of maximum life you heal beyond 100% grants you bonus overpower damage on your next overpowering attack, up to 60% bonus. And if we're thinking about each percent you heal above 100%, and every single blood surge heals us for 1,500 life. So how much percent is 1,500 life now on a blood surge, huh? Says each percent of your maximum life you heal beyond 100%. So technically, the more maximum life I have, the worse this is. Wait, am I wrong? wait a second. Am I wrong? My thought here is, technically, something like Conceited might actually be better, because the Conceited aspect would give me 24% the whole time. You know? So, if I take the Conceited band, then I have just 25% damage permanent, right? Instead of getting 40% to my critical strikes, as I'm technically not even tendriling that much, right? When it sucks to lose the tendrils, but technically they're not that useful. Okay, I need a new chess piece. So today is chess piece farming, Chan. That's for sure. I just figured out that I'm lacking a good chess piece, and it wasn't a good feeling. So I hate to tell you this, chat, but I suck, because I just noticed that I'm lacking one, and I need to also find even better ones. So I'm currently looking for absolutely S tier rolls. You could also go for the sacrifice bonus increase, because if we increase the sacrifice bonuses, we could get even more craziness. Wow. That's almost critical strike, perfect roll, overpower, perfect roll, and then damage to distant enemies. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. I'm not sure if the damage to distance I like that, because damage to vuln would be better than damage to distant, right? Oh, that's not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Pay that much for free. Okay, we got... Need damage to close? Nah, not true, because like Blood Surge hits everything. It's like the thing that you need to learn about Blood Surge. Blood Surge hits everything. Okay, now we just cleared a dungeon, and it felt really, really, really good, chat. Let's go and clear shit, how many? Like, let's go to clear Grigor twice or so, just to see how that feels. Will double curse work on this build? Double curse only works with shadow damage, so not with the actual damage we're doing here, Dan. Double curse will work actually with a corpse explosion build if you go full corpse explosion. That being said, double curse is usually not an option, since you also have to double curse everything. Imagine, like, for every pack for maximum damage, you would have to use both curses. Right now, the bigger question is, what other skill could you use if we are not using our basic skill? There's just none. I mean, having a random corpse explosion strewn into every now and then corpse explosion And I guess I'd rather have my basic skill to at least also give me some fortify. But I'm already happy that we're getting all the fortify through our lucky hit. I mean, you've seen that. We have no other fortify source than lucky hit into fortify right now. And it is kind of enough to actually fortify us. Right? I mean, you saw that in the dungeon. Like, we have already half fortify from merely just sending things back to the lobby with fortify right now. So that kind of works. But you make me change builds all the time. Well, so what you have to understand is that I'm just making builds to give everyone options. So I'm not making builds to have you swap builds all the time because that would be crazy. I'm literally making builds to just have you have options, to have you have a wider variety of choice. Okay, wait, let me make some corpses here quickly to pull everything together to have maximum crit, and then boom, boom, boom. We're just nuking him, right? So like I need to use my ability twice to get more essence, and then he's dead. I mean, that felt relatively smooth for a boss fight, right? Any complaints, Chad? Any complaints? Again, though, like, did we really need grasping veins? I'm asking this. Choose fortify on the pad. I'm currently running safeguard, and I can't actually not run safeguard. That's a bit of the problem. Because safeguard is just too much of a damage reduction to actually ignore it. The Ring of Sacrilegious Soul's bugged because my minion build also activates Skeleton Priest. Recently, when I had it on, it didn't feel like it was activating Skeleton Priest. Maybe I'm wrong, Royal Denmark. Despite activating Skeleton Priest, the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls is still not worth it in a minion build. Well, caveat or either or, neither nor, depends on the minion build you're actually playing, right? Now we'll need the generator and crit tendrils for the bosses with more HP. Yes, I feel like that too. But then again, do you really need that? Because you're not farming these bosses alone, right? Okay, let's go all out. These are all my abilities now. Now, like, let's here. This is when I use everything, right? When we have the maximum crit going, and like, boom. I mean, against this boss, we don't need anything more because we just poop him into oblivion. I mean, you just saw that. he just vanishes. And like, this is the strength of bosses we're going to be fighting. I mean, you saw like, what was it? 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. So the damage is nice. And consider here, we're having not maximum overpower running. Okay. I have only 3,500%. Technically, we want to cut the 60% overpower here for more crit chance, because having 15% more crit chance is better than having the overpower, because we want more critical strikes here, right? We're missing a little bit of overpower here. We have the low roll here, so we're missing another 30 overpower that gets multiplied, Chad. We don't have overpower in the ring. We have physical damage on the ring instead of overpower, so that's also a huge thing. Our critical strike damage here is a low roll. So we still have like a lot of ceiling or a lot of things to get better. We also can get this life up to 2,500 or 25,000. Sorry, not 2,500. Yep, learn to speak, pony. So there's still like a way to get better. I'll see how you stand up to Lilith. Oh, Lilith is not a problem. Lilith has never been a problem. How much harder is Duriel as a boss? If you want to, we can do Duriel. I technically don't want to do him solo because I want to invite you to do rotations with me. But we can just get like do one solo, okay? Adzga, thank you for the subscription. Great appreciation. Thank you so much for the brand new sub. So like the fun part is in this fight, right, Chad? Like one very fun part about this fight here right now. My damage is with overpower, correct? So the more fortify I have, the more damage I actually deal. Like let me get fully fortified, okay? Because more max life is also more damage. So right now you see me fighting with not even max fortify, right? So let me just get my fortify maximum up. For a second, let me just get my fortify maximum up. I don't know if actually casting this will help my fortify deplete shorter. Get into the fight. Oh, wait, my mouse is lost. Let me get my maximum fortify here quickly. No, and now. So this is when we're having maximum fortify, right? And we're actually pulling out maximum damage. Oh, I forgot to curse him for more damage. So we're doing like the 3 million overpowers and everything. So it just feels good when you're doing more. Ah, beautiful. Okay, so how much harder is Duriel? We can quickly go to Duriel, and then we finally see also how the essence feels, right? Versus Duriel. By the way, someone recently complained, guys, that in my guides I'm never showing fights versus Duriel, and I was confused because Duriel is like the easiest boss in the world. So I was literally not sure what the person was complaining about. It's like, but you never show fights against Duriel. I'm like, yeah, so what? I mean, like, hello? You never fight Duriel solo. Yeah, like you never fight Duriel solo. You always fight him together with friends. So I'm sorry. Am I missing something here? This on? I'm just really confused about some people sometimes. I mean, everyone perceives challenge different, right? Everyone perceives things different, and some people really do play completely solo. But I kind of feel like if you struggle with Duriel with any build, it's mostly like skill issue than a build issue. No hurt feelings, chat, please. No hurt feelings. Mostly skill issue. The friends don't play Duriel anymore, D4 anymore. Well, I mean, you find always people in front of Duriel that want to do Duriel. You find people in the all chat asking for Duriel rotation. There's Diablo 4 discords. I highly recommend joining Diablo 4 discords because there's tons of people to find that are just like you, that used to have friends that play this game and now they don't have friends that don't play this game anymore. So that's actually more standard than it's uncommon, right? Mark of the Conclave Amulet worth for you because of the funny ass life bonus. No, we're currently playing the Banished Lord's Talisman because it does give me like overpower crit super crits, right? That's too good to say no to. There, we're just nuked all of these here. Good. Now Duriel comes out. Oh no, that's actually not Duriel. That's his crony. Sorry, we're standing like just in the middle of Timmy and Jimmy. Okay, let's pull them together so we do more. Is he not vulnerable? He's vulnerable. Yeah, I was wondering, is he not vulnerable? He's vulnerable. So I guess, yeah, like against bigger bosses, like having the Grasping Veins kind of makes sense. But then again, for how many seconds is that actually? This is no barbarian clearing speed, by the way, Chad. Surprise, right? Surprise. Necromancer doesn't one-hit Duriel. Bloodlands is smoother, that's for sure. So here shows the thing where Blood Surge obviously has some struggle with higher boss HPs. And I think Mother's Embrace makes no sense in this fight. So we're currently running Mother's Embrace, which is great. But she makes no sense in these boss fights. I wonder, though, what other ring would make sense to play. And I could play any ring with like lucky hit chance or something, because why wouldn't I? Essentially. Any ring with lucky hit chance would be an option. I mean, you could play Ring of Starless Skies if you had it, but I mean, I don't recommend Uber Uniques for any of my builds, right? That's useless. It's kind of like, oh yeah, you know what? If you have the Ring of Starless Skies, you can play it. Guess what? If you don't have it, chat, guess what? You can't play it. Price. Sacrilegious Souls will keep the 10 uptime consumes corpse if you get the 40% node. You don't have the 40% node right now. We gave up on the 40% node for not playing Corpse Explosion. I mean, Corpse Explosion does work in this build, so don't get me wrong. But if you play Corpse Explosion, you have to get rid of your basic skills, so then you play without basic skill completely, or you would get rid of your curse, and you can't get rid of your curse. So we're essentially forced to play a curse in this build because you're already running the Blood Moon Breaches, and the Blood Moon Breaches gives you more points in amplified damage, which is a damage multiplier, and it really makes no sense to play the like the Blood Moon Breaches and then not to play the amplified curse. I mean, you know, it feels like that would absolutely make no sense at all. It would choose to do that. I'm at least trying to make somewhat sense every now and then. Not often, but somewhat. Okay, sever, no. Bloodlands, no. So that's like, I mean, we could play Penitent Greaves essentially instead of Flicker Stab. That's also not really good. Critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, resource generation. Resource generation is technically what you really want in this build. So we get more resource generation on everything. Especially 20% is 20%, which is quite good. So we need something, you know, like this that has lucky hit. It's hard because I need a resource generation with lucky hit chance and critical strike chance and everything together. You see awesome builds with awesome clearing speeds. Well, this is why I made the bone build, because the bone build doesn't need anything, right? So it's like the best thing about the bone build in total, or the bone spear build, that all the bone spear items can be had on from the Codex of Power. Jura seems like a boss you could take, but it would suck if you lose the mats. I mean, if you go to him, you try him, it doesn't work out, then you just write in the alt chat, can someone help me kill Juriel? And there's going to be 20 people who tell you, like, I'm going to do it for free. Like, when and where, how much, like, you know, like, I'll be there in 10 seconds. Right? This is why I like Blood Surge, though. Like, this is my favorite thing about Blood Surge. Just going around in the overworld and just killing everything. Right? Do you have this build on Mobalytics? No, not yet, because we just made it. And I'm not sure yet about, like, how it looks. So I think the Paragon board is solid. So that's a safe call. Like, the Paragon board really scales our damage nicely up. But I am currently very undecided on how I feel about the skills. Like, we need to use the curse. There's like no question if we do use the curse or not, because we want to run Blood Moon Breaches. And I think Blood Moon Breaches here is a good choice, because like the 70% damage multiplier is nice. I also get the Blood Moon Breaches in the Bloodlands build in the long run. Okay, the Bloodlands build will also have the Blood Moon Breaches in the long run. I mean, I'm actually just rather disappointed by Corpse Tendrils, how few I'm using them. Because we're really not, right? And we're just going through. I mean, there's no time essentially here to kind of use Corpse Tendrils, because we're just by the time where we could choose to use Corpse Tendrils, we're gonna be done like 4 times over. Right? How many times can you reset your skill tree? Infinite. I mean, I already reset it like 20 times this season for redoing builds and doing other shenanigans. I guess right now the question would be, how much more damage could I squeeze out of the board? I would really like to have the 40% damage multiplier. But also the 40% damage multiplier versus boss fights is only every now and then. I mean, it would be 4 maximum damage, right? Essentially, imagine the damage I'm doing right now times 49%. So that's a nice thought. But it's also not like that we need even more damage. Right? Yeah, everything just dies in the overworld, exactly how it should.
I need time to do that.
We need to farm a lot of vaults today, and I think this build will be grand for farming vaults. I mean, you notice how simple it is to just clear masses of minions, and especially like again with I have 10,000 armor, chat, right? And we're just safe from an armor perspective. This is like essentially like if you think about the leaderboard, this might be one of the best builds. Unless there is a lane in the leaderboard with a lot of bosses. And this is really what it comes down to, right? How many bosses do you have to fight per round of the leaderboard? And could you avoid most bosses? Is that possible? Because if you can avoid most bosses and you have this build, which just goes through, right? Infinite essence style. I mean, what then? What are they going to do? How are they going to stop you? The Mutilator was for Bloodlands. Honestly, the only reason we're playing Mutilator right now is because it has max life and total armor. Okay. I'm not playing this to play this. I just don't have a better chest. Like, I'm sorry. I use Blood Moon Breaches for bosses and Shielding Storm for vaults. I have both. I have Blood Moon Breaches and Shielding Storm. So you can have both. I mean, like, for example, right now, my helmet has the Shielding Storm on it, but the helmet could, for example, be the Harlequin Crest too. I mean, the helmet could be a Harlequin Crest and the chest could be whatever I want it to be. Correct? And then my chest could have Shielding Storm. I mean, it's possible, right? But the chances of Blizzard changing the Necro skill tree in the future, slim. Slim. Because, like, so in order to change the skill tree, they would have to accept the inherent design flaws. And that is an ego thing, because again, someone somewhere at Blizzard has a thought of how Necro should be. Someone at Blizzard made this class concept, and someone at Blizzard thinks that this class concept is actually good. I mean, I'm saying that as someone who loves Necro, right? But someone at Blizzard sits there and he's like, yeah, this is it. You know, this is fucking amazing. So that's the problem. And that someone would essentially have to accept in his ego that what he made is not good and has a lot of flaws and would potentially need a remake. In our opinion. Barb is so much better. Yeah, but what does Barb so much better matter when everything is about class specific leaderboards end of the day? I mean, no matter if you like leaderboards, if you're interested in leaderboards or not, the fact is and stays that this is the season of the leaderboard, right? So, I mean, you might choose to not engage with it, but realistically, that's what this season is meant to be so far. And therefore, like, I'm only interested in the Necro leaderboard. Because that's who I'm fighting against, right? Other Necros. It's me and the boys versus me and the other boys. Barbs can exist in their happy little bubble of OP-ness. Just don't bother me. Right? Just do not bother or interact with me, dear barbarians. I am very okay with not. And I'm probably going to be watching the barbarian leaderboard and be like, ha ha ha, look at all these charger barbs. That's cute. Let him have it, chat. Let him have it. What's the day? 30th. 30th. The leaderboards are already coming. Really close. I thought it was way further out, but it's essentially right around the corner. I mean, 30th is nothing. It's like next week. Like, Jesus, chat, Jesus. And right now, my goal is I'm making 3 builds, chat, okay? I am making a Blood Surge build, Bloodlands build, and a Bone Storm build. Bone Spear build. And they're all meant for different scenarios in the leaderboard. I want these to be the most fantastic one, right?
I need more time.
Are you going to play Last Epoch? Well, if I play or don't play Last Epoch, it depends on how much I'm enjoying the leaderboards. I mean, the leaderboards might turn out to be a boring concept. Like, who can say that? Right, Chad? When I am personally excited for the leaderboard, I am personally looking forward to them. But what if they turn out to be very boring? Right? What if the leaderboards, like, no one talks about this because everyone just talks about how good the leaderboards are and how excited we are for leaderboards. But the reality is that just like Abba 12 Zier, I mean, it's not a question is, do you care for leaderboards or not? Okay. Do you or do you not? That's not the question. The question is, what if the way how they do it, the way how it works, it's just boring? And there's a world where that happens, and then, like, you know, Last Epoch it is.
I need time to do that.
But who can say that right now already? There are real place to find a group, Jersey. I mean, you can ask in our Discord. You can also ask in the official Diablo 4 Discords. There's multiple of that, where people are constantly looking for groups. Technically, there's also Reddit, but don't go on Reddit. Hope the Chinese don't VPN to screw our leaderboards. Well, we all know that will happen. There's no world where the Chinese will not also VPN to screw our leaderboards. The question is rather how much Blizzard allows that practice, malpractice, I'll say. I mean, I think that someone that's playing from China, no matter if he has a VPN or not, should not be on the European leaderboard. But maybe that's just me being racist as fuck. Who knows? Maybe I'm the problem, chat. Maybe I need a, you know, maybe I need a identity check. No. What was it like? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. Okay. You never know. There's a world where I'm the problem. I do really like my essence right now that we're like, you know, having the robot redo my essence, having my essence redo itself. That kind of works pretty nice. Is the build updated on mobile? No, because we just threw this build together essentially just like freshly a bit ago. You know, this is essentially the brand new concept of this build, and I am not convinced yet on I'm not as convinced as I could be on the boss damage. I mean, you see, like, we can do insane damages, right? Multi-trillions, gazillions in boss damage. But I want more. I want more consistency. I think right now my biggest issue is the consistency that the build puts down in boss fights. It is because I'm playing Mother's Embrace. So Mother's Embrace is insane if you're fighting more than 3 opponents. Because as soon as you fight 4 opponents, I get like so much essence back. It's crazy, right? Every single skill use gives me 40% essence back. But not only 40% essence, because also on kill, I get 1 essence per kill. Actually, I get 3 or 4 essence per kill. Does the build work with Ubers? The only Uber for this build is a Harlequin Crest. There's no other Uber for this build, so only Harlequin. And I don't have the Harlequin, okay? What stats on your gloves? You need blood surge, attack speed. Yes, really attack speed, and then lucky hit chance and crit chance. Wouldn't even need overpowered damage because you have, like, I mean, at some point overpowered damage has detrimental returns if you have 3,300 overpower. You know, 60 more or less doesn't really fatten the goose. It is a lot. Is more. It's, you know, it's all. I'm just not sure how much better I can see this at the Blood and Mist build. It's definitely the Bloodlands build. It's clearing dungeons faster than the Bloodlands build, but it's slower on bosses. What I'm asking myself is, should we accept the fact that Blood Surge is just bad on bosses and essentially play a Blood Surge build. And whenever we fight a boss, we just quickly swap over to Bloodlands. Because that's the funny part. You could essentially take the build I'm playing here and just put Bloodlands in during a boss fight without changing anything else and just be more efficient. Just due to the way how Bloodlands actually works. Kind of funny to me. You know, just like not even change like many skills or Paragon boards or anything. Just Bloodline. Done. Kind of stupid. How do you get some of those crazy 900% crit damage or 3000 overpower? Oh, it's very simple, Tim. Glyphs. I mean, right now I have my glyph on level 21, my dominate glyph, and my dominate glyph gives me another 400% overpower plus, right? Then in the Paragon board in general, I take another like 200% or so from the Paragon board in overpower, 300%. So I get at least like 600% or so from my Paragon board. Then all my overpower percentage is being higher by 40% roughly. So whatever overpower I have higher by 40%. And then you have like overpower on your glove, on your wand, and on your amulet, for example. And that's how you then easily get like something like 3000 overpower together. It goes faster than you think. Also, every single point of willpower, every five points of willpower. Yeah, increases your overpower damage as well. So it goes really fast. And the same goes kind of for critical strike chance, by the way. Critical strike chance is being amplified by your... Say it, brain. Critical strike chance is being amplified by your glyphs as well. I mean, there's one glyph that gives you 200% critical strike chance plus. Then your critical strike damage plus. Then you have another like 100 or 150 roughly from the Paragon board. And then all your critical strike damage is also times 30% due to your golem. And wibbity wobbity woo, suddenly you're there. It just goes so fast, right? I'm currently using the 6100 Blood Surge Emperor, and that works so far, Dom. Absolutely. I mean, I don't think that the Blood Surge Emperor shouldn't work, but I'm currently trying to make things a bit better. And what I'm thinking right now is as well, why would I keep using Blood Mist, guys? I mean, you see me never using Blood Mist, correct? What if I put the Blood Mist out to put Corpse Explosion in? Okay, so I've just beaten a complete tier 100 vault, and I've not used Blood Mist a single time. It's so weird because it's my only skill to actually avoid anything, right? And if I was fighting a boss, it would be bad. But realistically, the skill, like, let's do another vault after this, okay? Like after this, we'll do another vault, and you tell me if you think we need Blood Mist, okay? We'll do with this build, we don't change a single thing. We do the vault, and you're like, Pony, you know what? Fuck Blood Mist. And I'm like, what's your tone, boy? Don't talk to my son Blood Mist like that, okay? Then you subscribe to the Pony Hub with your Twitch Prime subscription, or like you don't forget to like the YouTube stream, for example. We can be friends again, and then we might still remove Blood Mist, okay? But don't you talk to my son Blood Mist like this. It's the only skill we have, okay? Oh, only skill. Are you using the curse at all? Well, not during clearing, but like you have to understand that if I use my curse, especially in boss fights or versus elites, that the curse provides another 20% bonus damage. So I curse and then I do this 20% bonus damage, just like that, just flat, boom, 20%, boom, 20% bonus damage, boom, boom, boom. I mean, that's crazy. Considering that I do millions of overpower, and not only millions of overpower, that curses work against bosses. So this is like against normal minions, right? And I'm just a lazy fucker, that's why I don't do it. But if you consider that, you know what? This is also working against bosses. Like how much of your like usual damage like thingies, they just simply doesn't work against bosses, right? And this one is just like, oh yeah, it just works. Why is it so freaking bad to farm Ubers? That's because the Uber farm system is flawed. We have many videos about this, but the Uber farm system in itself is a very flawed system. that creates like some hype and weirdness, and it's like really, really bad. And like no one actually enjoys farming Ubers. Like you cannot tell me that you are. Like, I'm sorry, I won't believe you. You're like, oh yeah, I am having so much fun while doing Duriel. This is the best thing I could imagine to do with my time. No. The farm for Ubers is really just that. It's an absolute brain dead farm that a monkey could do, that you could do while AFK, that you could ask your wife to do it, that you could ask your 5-year-old child to do it. Like it's literally the most skill-less farm in the game. Now, I'm not saying that tier 100 is a more skilled farm, but still. I'm being harsh. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm being harsh. Ubers did nothing wrong, okay? Ubers did nothing wrong. You get an Endurials and you're done. You have over 150 Duriel kills. What is wrong with you guys? I got like 5 Duriel kills. And I did them all on stream just for demonstration purpose. Like, the only reason we did Duriels is because Chad is like, but Pony, can your build kill Duriel? I'm like, obviously. What the fuck is that question even? Shut your face. Oh, how about... Okay, Chad, listen. What if we take boots with essence cost reduction? I think we should farm boots with essence cost reduction. I think we should. Okay, so... very important now. Let's go into the tier 100 dungeon, because tier 100 vault, because we wanted to test something, right? Vault of Nightmare, Death Bolts. I don't know. Let's not do Death Bolts. I hate Death Bolts. So you tell me, do we need Blood Mist or not? Because if we can get rid of Blood Mist, things look different. You get 2 Duriel ones, you get Starless. Yeah, I got 2 of these, and I'm going to tell you that you're a very lucky son of a gun, and I really appreciate it. I'm not mad at you. I'm just mad at the system. So like, it doesn't matter what we have in opponents, right? We're pull them together once in a while. We just blast everything into pieces here. These are our opponents. They're getting essentially like destroyed, right? Overpower. Curse them, 20% multiplier damage here. There you go. I hope you're happy. I'm also right now not even playing the curse as a cooldown reduction curse. Like, you have to understand that. I'm currently playing the curse as an instant kill curse because I'm funny. Like, I have my curse essentially do more damage to the opponent. See, right now, Blood Mist, right? Where's the build guide? Well, the build is currently in the process of being created. Everyone, hi, name's Ponyoff. Pleasure to meet you all. We just created the build, essentially. We started the stream with creating this build. I mean, it's obviously the build as it used to be, but we're right now trying to make it better. Okay, we're trying to see what can we do and what kind of items could we use to make this better. And do I really want to play the amulet I'm currently playing? Because right now I'm playing the amulet that gives me more critical strike, overpower damage. But I am genuinely considering what if we would play something else. Oh, I died. Interesting. Could have Blood Misted there, but I'm trying to, like, right now not use Blood Mist. Simply because I just don't want to use Blood Mist, right? You can slot lands for mist if you use it for bosses. Yeah, but that would be useless because you would literally just have lands for mist in just for boss fighting. And that just feels horrible. I don't know how to say this, but that just feels horrible because you get a death skill until you essentially use it. Right? I mean, that's kind of like the same with Blood Mist though. So Blood Mist is a death skill until you actually need it. And then it's not a death skill anymore. It's kind of the same with corpse tendrils. I mean, do you see me using corpse tendrils? No. Why don't you see me using corpse tendrils? Because everything just dies. Right? Why don't you see me using corpse tendrils? Because everything just dies. And also for vaults, you don't need... Bloodlines at all. I mean, it's just silly how efficient Blood Surge actually is. And with silly, I mean actually illegal. Actually illegal. I mean, seriously, look at what we're just doing to this. Butcher's hiding afraid now. Like the build can kill the Butcher. Or tried it already. But it's still tedious because you essentially rely on using your bone storms to create your barrier so the Butcher doesn't damage you, and then you need to like pull him out of the other barrier and then pull him back into the barrier, and like it's essentially just a pulling game versus the Butcher, right? And then you walk away and then you use Hemorrhage to kind of like, you know, do things. I'm gonna join the Bloodlands build. I think the Bloodlands build is better because it's just more consistent, right? I really don't have to worry about Essence ever. The Surge is just brain dead fun, right? I mean, I just waltz into here, I just jam my 2 button, everything in a radius will die, and there's not a question of everything will die. It's just like, how long can it hold, right? Can it hold 10 seconds? Can I hold like a bit longer? So that's like where I just really have fun with Surge, because it's just what it is, right? It's just super zoomy. Oh, just like here. It's illegal. Come on, look at this. Just mean. I had a treasure goblin and a butcher appeared to sound like it is a thing. There is a theory that technically in every butcher dungeon there's a treasure goblin. Realistically, I mean, since it's a 50-50 chance, either there's a butcher or there's not a butcher. I mean, how are you gonna prove any correlation between these two, right? You can do Duriel with it. We just did Duriel with this build, so yes, you can do Duriel with it. But again, as we said before, you're usually not doing Duriel alone. You always do Duriel together with others. So, I mean, yeah. Yes, you can do Duriel with this and others. I mean, right now, like, during Duriel means you just walk in and then wait for the barb to just one-hit Duriel and then you're done. Correct? I mean, that's how Duriel, that's how you do Duriel. Hit a barb to one hit. I mean, this is a tier 100, by the way. Just to give you like a feeling for this. That's tier 100, right? So honestly, every time a goblin spawns into the dungeon, I've had the butcher, and there's not even a remote question. Do you use a wand? I use a wand. We need lucky hit chance. Lucky hit chance is for the bonus. My burden is 2 grade. For the bonus lucky hit chance. Just need it. Okay, we're currently leveling up the exhumation glyph. And 11 and almost so fast. How the single target essence regen was Surge. I find it next to impossible to run out of essence while lancing, but it faced with previous Surge experiences. So right now we have 2 things for like single target essence regen, and that would be actually using your hemorrhage, because the lucky hit chance of hemorrhage is really high, and that works really good together with exposed flesh. So often I just do 1-2 hemorrhages and I'm instantly essenced up, and that's what we're using exposed flesh for when we're fighting bosses, for example. Now let's see if we can find a better chest. A better chest. A chest with total armor percentage and maximum life. That's another razor plate. That must be a joke. A sick joke. Critical strike, damage over time. Basic, no. Vulnerable, damage over time, no. Intelligence, vulnerable, ultimate skill damage, and shadow damage to shadow damage over time. I need one of these with actually a lot of ultimate skill damage. But right now I'm mainly looking for items that have max rolls. Okay, so we need boots with resource generation, vulnerable, overpower, critical strike damage. See, technically this ring would be okay, but I need lucky hit chance and critical strike chance on a ring. And resource generation. All of that, or it's useless. Which makes this quite hard right now. In movement speed, essence cost reduction. So much essence cost reduction you could run. It's crazy. So yeah, you notice we don't need blood mist. Correct? But if we don't need blood mist, I mean, we need blood mist for Uber Lilith, and that, but you don't actually play Uber Lilith, so that makes fucking no sense. I mean, for Uber Lilith, you could put blood mist back in if you feel like it, I guess. Yeah, that's the most sense-making comment. Correct? Would you consider taking Black River and maxing out Grim Harvest? It solves the lack of essence and always activates flesh. No, it doesn't. Black River is not useful. It takes another aspect slot away, and we don't have that aspect slot. So no, Black River is not an option in this build at all, especially because you do not produce the corpses to really profit from Black River. So no, and no. I know. We do play Corpse Explosion. We only have these 2 points to take away. That is really bitter because we would need food by flash. I don't need that point. Suck it. Okay. Howdy to Japan, sir. Why do you want to play Corpse Explosion? Well, it's very simple. Corpse Explosion gives you a 9% damage multiplier. Every corpse used gives you 6 essence. And Corpse Explosion does have lucky hut chance, so Corpse Explosion can trigger the circle of exposed flesh. Now, currently, I am playing the Mother's Embrace. Okay, Mother's Embrace is nice. The problem with Mother's Embrace currently is that it only works while dungeon pushing. Now, while dungeon pushing, I don't need Corpse Explosion. I could occasionally strew 1 Corpse Explosion in just to get 9% damage plus, correct? Now, the thought is, if I don't need Corpse Explosion versus dungeons, but I could use Corpse Explosion versus bosses, because then we use the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls versus bosses. Now, one thing I do notice while I'm talking shit here is that I'm actually missing the 3 points in Hood Flesh. That's bullshit, because I do need the 3 points in Hood Flesh. The only way to get that would be taking the 3 points out of Inspired Leader, and that would suck ass. I can't take the points out of Drain Vitality because that is our only source of overpower, which is actually crazy that that is my only choice of overpower. That's actually scary. How is that my only source of overpower? That's not true, because actually my basic skill is a choice of overpower. So realistically, to get 2 points in there, I would have to take 2 points out of Grim Harvest. That ain't happening. I'm also not taking the points out of Death Embrace. I'm also not taking the points out of Tides of Blood, nor out of Coalescence Blood. Which means that the only 3 points we could take is the ones out of Inspiring Leader, and that's the bonus of attack speed. I hate that. It makes me angry. That would give us Hood Flash, though. Hood Flash is good. How does Drain Vitality give overpower? Hitting enemies with blood skills has up to a 30% chance to fortify you for 8% of your max life. Now, you would say with a 18% lucky hit chance, that's not enough, right? But yeah. Did I say overpower or fortify? Well, I might have said one or the other, but you know that I mean one or the other. So we could still keep the Mother's Embrace for doing dungeons, but we would have to change something. So then we have to actually look into the Paragon board now. Well, things just get interesting, because if I have to look back into the Paragon board, then we'll truly have to consider some stuff. Okay, let's double consider things again. Okay, complete Paragon rework, Chad. Okay, that is the glyph socket gives us here. In this case, we're using sacrificial, so no minions, 10% damage multiplier. Too simple to not take. Then we're still going into the bloodbath board because also too simple to not go in there, especially as the best way into the bloodbath board would be through overpower damage. You would take bloodbath, and you would also take more damage while fortified. And the same goes here. You take these nodes. Because this would all be technically the essence glyph for critical strike damage. And here's 200% plus. Then technically you really want to take this because this is maximum life and damage while fortified. Technically there's another 2% max life, right? And the first board you walk into, and this is so hurtful to do this, is the bone graft board. And that's because the bone graft board provides essence on kill. Now the question is, do we need the essence on kill? Or could I say no to this? We have to try this out. Wait, let's try this one time out to not play the essence on kill here. The essence on kill is super strong for dungeon pushing. But maybe the Mother's Embrace is enough. Okay, yeah. Let's see if that is. I've been using the Essence on the Kill now for such a long time because it's like so good. But maybe once in a while we can get rid of it. So here we would be now getting the critical strike damage, right? We would getting this. We'd get more damage versus elite. Congratulations, woobity wobbity. And a little bit more elemental resistance, even though we don't actually need that elemental resistance. Then this one would be exploit, sacrificial, amplify, corporal, more physical damage. Okay, for more physical damage you would have to take some intelligence as you go out, and then you travel all the way out into the Send of Death board. So these are like the mandatory boards to take, because in the Send of Death board we would also be getting critical strike. Would travel all the way. Actually this one is better, because this one has like a strength node that kind of stings. Critical strikes, and we would go here for overpower, and then we take the dominate glyph for overpower, and overpower. Boom. That's 49 points, and I could actually get another one for 20 points, and we can actually go out here. Correct? We have another 47 points left. That's nice. We could still go into the bone graft board, and we could still go into the blood begets board. Don't forget that the blood begets board has the one amazing node here, and that would be overpower. So this one gives you 90% overpower and another 22. So this is like 130 overpower, right? Actually 150% overpower. It's crazy. It's like, this is beyond maddening. The problem is I kind of want these two, right? Because this here is another, like, you're missing 60% overpower. Now what you could do is you could technically take this board and somehow position it like here, so you're able to enter it from two sides to go into that node, but that seems like too much effort to even be good. So we could leave this board here on the left side with our 30 points, and we could still lastly go into the bone graft board as I have shown there, right? And we would still have the option to ultimately either get the essence or to get the bonus life. So both ways are still open for us, right? We can get here, we can go in here. And we now have, the overpower glyph, we have the overpowered damage here. We're not getting that glyph, which kind of sucks balls. I mean, we have corporal here for boosting the bonus damage versus elites. Technically here we could also put imbiber in, because that's the alternative route to take. You put in the damage while healthy, because damage while healthy can be achieved very easy here as well. As you can see, like the amount of willpower nodes that are around is like quite simple to take. So boom, suddenly you get a huge amount of damage while healthy. That's an alternative route. That would be less damage to elites. And then you would only go in here to take exploit. Exploit is also simply activated, technically, because you just have to like take these. Boom, that's it. Done, right? We have to exploit activated. We still have 12 points left to take the essence on kill if we want to. And what does our resistance say here in this case? Our resistance says we are fully resistanced out. We are even like we're 1% beyond. So this is perfect. We have perfect resistanced out. We have 2 points left, right? We have the essence on kill. We have the dexterity. We have this one not activated. So this one would have to swap probably around. That's a bit sad that we don't have the willpower to activate this. That one is activated because we have the intelligence to activate it. That's actually pretty fucking good. That one's activated with a low willpower. That one's activated with a low dex. So these two might actually change. Not really. We have another 2 points left that we could just put into more armor because we kind of want to boost the armor. That we're actually here at 10,600 armor, but we're only at 20,000 life now. So we're losing 4,000 life points if we do it this way. And the reason we're losing 4,000 life is because we're missing this 8% life node. So the question would now be, is it better to say again goodbye to damage while to essence on kill? Because essence on kill only helps in dungeons, but in dungeons technically we don't need it. So if we now say like screw that, we're going in and it would be way see, and then we can like tap into this and now we get another huge amount of life plus. Again, we don't have the willpower to activate this, which actually makes me quite sad. We can go in from this side, which kind of works even better for exploit because now we have exploit already activated. Boom. And we got another point left. Oh no, we have another point left. So good. What could we do with that point? I mean, you could technically put like 2 more points in to get 200 armor and intelligence. If I have like 1 more point, I get 200 armor more. Let's take these 2 points out. Then I get 2% more life, and I can also get the 200 more. You know, yeah. So, boom, and suddenly we're 23,000 life, whee, and 11,000 armor actually. So it's kind of nice. So, Matters, thank you for the 72 centuries of support. Matters, very good to see you there. Very good to have everyone here. Now, the test is, let's take the same build, everything the same. We have the corpse explosion in. We're not planning on actually using it very much, but we have it in. Okay. And now let's go back into a nightmare vault. Good. So we'll take the vault of ink here, nightmare portal. Cool, cool. So same vault as before, like slightly changed, and we'll see, like, is it better? What class is this? Necromancer? Yeah. Bone Spear Spirit being going strong. Well, see, this is why I have 2 Necros, so I don't have to ask myself. This is the reason I have 2 Necromancers, ladies and gentlemen. Because if I have 2 Necromancers, then I don't have to ask myself the question, do I want to... Oh, I forget to curse. Oops. I'm generally forgetting to curse. One thing that I found very interesting there, so I was waiting for my corpse generals to pull things together, and I essentially did a few corpse explosions as I was waiting, you know? So like I was standing there and I did like boom, 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 a few corpse explosions, and then I essentially have everything ready again. So that was an interesting use of the downtime of like waiting for like, see, I kill some things, you use the corpse generals, you pull it together, you do like 1, 2, 3 while the corpse generals are about to happen, which does give you the damage multiplier. Like now, boop, 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 some corpse explosions, then I get the multiplier and I do more damage versus them. So it's actually simple to fit that into the gameplay loop without it feeling awkward. Right? Because usually I would just like spam like blood mist there, but it makes no sense because you're essentially waiting for things to be pulled together to get your insane crit multiplier to then. Yeah, I just died during traversal, chat. That's fantastic.
I need more time.
So like I was already teleported out, but that doesn't matter because the snake do not care. Nope. What do you think is corpse explosion for the basic skill? Well, that would require you to actually always have corpses, and you do not simply always have corpses. So that's like the main problem with that is like, yeah, the always corpses, which is not something you can guarantee. Because right now, like if you're fighting bosses, like you do not have the lucky hit chance with blood surge to kind of do that. I mean, for example, with the blood lance, which has a 62% lucky hit chance, you do really have the opportunity to just say, yeah, sure, I have my curse always active. I mean, right now you notice how I'm not using corpse explosion at all, but every now and then I can like activate it. And especially if you look at your, see, this is like now 4 times used corpse explosion. The next time I use corpse explosion, my corpse explosion gives me the 40% damage multiplier, and then I can essentially boost more damage. So if I'm like about to fight this stupid seal here and I need to like do more damage. I don't know why we're taking that much damage right now. I'm a bit confused because we have the armor, we have the barrier, we have everything going on, and yet we're still like taking way more damage than I feel comfortable with. That's made confusion. Ow, I was waiting for my barium. Ow. But Blizzard Diablo clearly doesn't care about this game. No, Blizzard Diablo definitely cares about this game. I mean, saying, oh God, what am I doing here right now? Jesus. Blizzard Diablo definitely cares about the game. That's not like the question here. Oops. Sorry, chat. Well, I don't know what we just did there, but we did that. That was monster overpower resist, monster regen life. Yeah, that's okay. So they do definitely care. That doesn't mean they're making the perfect decisions, right? You're always struggling with 11,000 armor and 23,000 life. Now 11,000 is enough. I mean, you have to consider that doing tier 100 dungeons is useless, and you should only do tier 90s anyways. And for tier 90s, 11,000 armor is a sweet point to have. So again, like we're doing tier 100s here, right? But technically it's useless. I know that like your personal pride tells you that you should be doing tier 100 dungeons, but why? Why do you even bother? Because technically, like tier 90 dungeons drop exactly the same items, just for easier clear. So you're essentially choosing the harder dungeon because you're stubborn, just like me. When then again, why does hard content exist when like it's not worth it? But whole different discussion point, right? This build kind of sucks. Tier 100 not even stacks the lead. It's cute how you're saying that, and yet you have zero fucking clue, sir. But thank you for trying to give a validated opinion. Please don't try again. I lack the required essence. See, there we had it. Lack of required essence, Chan. Cooldown ran low again. I think I would probably swap the Decrepify over to I'd probably swap the Decrepify back to go to cooldown reduction. I mean, right now I'm playing the Decrepify instant kill, but I think I could swap the Decrepify back to the cooldown reduction. And I've been using it as the instant kill now, but I want to get rid of the boots, so we need to test if I can get rid of the boots. Because if we can get rid of the boots, then I can play essence cost reduction on the boots, which is like just net total good for the there it is. Thank you very much. So I can play essence cost reduction on the boots, which is like net total good for us. Here, 1, 2, 3 now. Corpse explosions, get the damage multiplier. Well, I need to test this versus bosses. Like this is like here versus a dungeon is not really a good testing ground because we know Blood Surge is always good in a dungeon. Like no testing if Blood Surge is good in a dungeon is just like it's useless. It essentially makes no sense to test if Blood Surge is good in a dungeon. By the way, we can get our armor up to max. So just in case you wonder, chat, we can get the armor easily up to max. Because right now we're playing the Mutilator plate. So you might see like I am playing a plate that makes no sense. Like I'm playing the Bloodlands chest. So I have one aspect that is not taken. I have one utility or defensive aspect left over. Completely left over. I just choose to currently play this because it's total armor percentage, right? I don't have another chest. But if you now consider that there's actually a complete aspect over, we can just take a Juggernaut, boom. And I have all the armor. And if I take a Juggernaut for all the armor, you know what I can also do? I can get rid of every single armor node in the Paragon board and completely tack into more damage. Because then we're going to be over armored, right? Then we have more armor than we would ever need in any capacity. When will the Perfect Summoner be updated? We already have live stream updates on the Perfect Summoner. We don't have a build guide update yet. So again, I'm only one person. I make only one YouTube video and 2 live streams per day. No? So you please, sir, ma'am, I will get you the update. But I am only one person with a family and that much time. And that much time is not much time. But just to give you a heads up update, like the summoner already cleared a tier 100 dungeon now like multiple times, and it's currently speed farming tier 90s because again I said like tier 100s make no sense to do. Tier 90s is actually what you want to farm this season, so tier like 91s is kind of like what you want to be stuck to. That's perfect. I'm using earlier version. Which earlier version of what? What we're talking about? Summoner or Blood Surge? I mean, right now we're trying out like the altered Paragon board with the Corpse Explosion. And you know what? Like it's no difference in the clearing speed. What would you say, guys? Did this feel like much difference for you right now? Or would you say it's the same? Like I'm like seriously, like from clearing speed standpoint, I feel like we have essentially whatever we've been doing before we've going on as well. I mean, I can still splice in some Corpse Explosion just to have like a little bit more damage if I feel like it. Put in Curse, get that done, kill everyone. We're cool. Thank you very much. And here it can do the explosions I want to, and then more damage. Good. So this is dungeon clearing. It's essentially the same tempo. That hasn't really changed. But now we need to check if the build is actually different on boss clearing, because on boss clearing, that's where the real deal different comes in. Because now with boss clearing, exclamation, put it out. I'm trying to make Bone Spirit work with Bloodlands. Oh, Bone Spirit works with Bloodlands quite well, to be honest. But the Mutilator plate is just so beautiful. Well, you know, I need a chest with like total armor percentage, but I don't feel like I'm going to see one today. I don't feel like I will see one today. I have a very bad feeling about it. The moment where you're looking for something, you know, don't get it. It's a corpse tendril, fortified iteration. There's a corpse tendril. Okay, let's see. Bone Spear or Blood Surge better? Bone Spear is easier to get equipment for because everything is in the Codex of Powers. So that makes your life vastly easier. I mean, you essentially just look into your Codex of Powers and you're like, oh, look, everything I ever wanted. Fantastic.
That cannot be salvaged.
How much steel do I have? I have another 15 steel. Okay, now let's go for Duriel quickly with the new build. Okay, new change build. Have you seen Operator Otter's Bombardier Necro? No, I haven't. Jack. I don't look really at many other creators' necros because there is not often good ones out there. I'm not saying like there's not many other good necro builders, but it's just like mostly just different builds with like one skill flip to make it seem fancy and special, but not really efficient. So you're kind of like, yeah, this looks good on paper, but if you actually really play it and not just make a video about it, it's not really fun and good. Which pans are you running? The whole build is running Blood Moon Breaches, and that kind of determines how we build this. Because I wanted to see if I pair Blood Moon Breaches together with Banished Lord's Talisman, how much damage could we really get out of this, right? How much awesomeness is hidden there? And now we're also playing Mother's Embrace because the resource return from Mother's Embrace is insane. And we pair Mother's Embrace together with the Ring of Exposed Flesh. Now, the whole idea is to use Exposed Flesh always with Mother's Embrace in dungeons to really never run out of essence. And then that Mother's Embrace Exposed Flesh combo, you're going to be also using now in, like you're going to throw the Mother's Embrace away. And you're essentially only going to be using Sacrilegious Soul Ring in boss fights, because Mother's Embrace doesn't work for boss fights. It needs like 4+ enemies, right? And that would give you the opportunity to have 2 rings to essentially, for any scenario, have something going on that gives you the best of the best.
I need more time.
You beat Malphus for the first time you get Genesis. I kind of want to do some Malphus rotations with the chat. You know, invite people to do Malphus. Okay, so now we have the build. We need to make corpses. Again, the corpse explosions are helping here. Yeah, this is definitely smoother with the corpse explosion ring and everything. Yeah, so definitely smoother with the corpse explosion ring. It's actually unquestionable if it's smoother. I mean, especially because one ring like without it, it doesn't make any sense. I was watching a non-live version thinking you were live, Munis. Well, that's because all my streams are very engaging and the videos are very engaging. Getting you in there. I like to have my live streams be also evergreen content. So if people have questions, then like I'm here to answer them and anticipate what you're going to ask when you rewatch the video. And obviously provide as much knowledge as possible about the builds that we're playing and everything. I mean, right now we're essentially trying to make the Blood Surge build as good as it can be. But check this out. Thank you very much, Munis. It's appreciated. I'm always happy to see the people live, too. Apart from Monster Mind, who tries to tell me to go back to Warzone. Do you go back to Warzone, sir?
I need more time.
Bloodlands over Bloodlands, sir. You gotta decide what you want to say. Because right now you said Bloodlands over Bloodlands, so I'm not sure what you're trying to say, my friend. So there's some corpses below the dude. The corpses are getting auto corpse exploded. I curse, right? Boom. Overpower damage done. You see that overpower damage, guys? So that was like, this is how it can go. Right? I mean, you get the 40% bonus damage, you do an 8 million overpower. And the interesting part about Blood Surge is if I overpower for 8 million damage, then there's a second Nova and that will always have 4 million damage. Okay? So you essentially, like, due to the Blood Surge double striker, right? You always have high damage overpower into second high damage overpower. So that's kind of like where you're going with this.
I cannot do that here.
But if we consider now we can do this damage, like Bone Spear does do a lot of damage, okay? Don't forget, Bone Spear does factually do a lot of damage, Chan. But also Bone Spear, as much damage as Bone Spear actually does, it doesn't do 8 million with one Bone Spear. Unless you have, what is it called again? Grandfather. right? If you have grandfather, you can do 8 million with a bone spear. Else you're kind of like, you only have your critical strike, even if your critical strike is 1000%, and that times you're vulnerable, and that's like what you have, correct? Oh, by the way, chat, before I miss this, our talisman here is only a 104% version, right? So actually on all our overpower damage, on our overpower crits, we are currently missing an efficient, we're missing an efficient 16% more, even more on everything. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? That's very beautiful. Think about it. So for the haters asking about Duriel tries, you get Evernight Stone after 30 runs of Malphus. I haven't even done 30 runs of Malphus. Chat, what are you doing with your time? 30 runs of Malphus, like Jesus. See, like he just lost half of his HP. That's kind of funny. When it comes always down to the overpowers you do, but like you notice how fast it goes. Now it's interesting if we explode all these corpses, right? Then I get more essence and also more damage multipliers again. So we're like kind of back to the corpses actually providing us with the constant flow of essence. And we're dead. Just hate the playstyle of Surge. I prefer Bloodlands as well. What disturbs me the most about Bloodlands is that I'm completely missing out on... Bloodlands is missing... AoE damage, and I hate that. Link to this build. There's no link to the build yet because we're not done building the build. We're not done building the build yet. We're still discussing with the chat about certain changes if we like this or if we think it should change. I feel like we're almost there, chat. Like we're very close to where you want to be with the build. But we haven't arrived there yet. I still want to think about a boot change. See, this is stat boots, right? Intelligence, willpower, all stats, and double evade. That's actually really good boots. Okay, but if we take boots, what aspect would we put on boots? That's a good question. Ranks to Evasion, bone skill damage, dexterity. Wow, you could have been so good and then you just fucking suck. Oh, someone is just summoning Malphus. Clean house really quick. If you took Flicker Step out of Bloodlands, what aspect would you use? See, that's the problem. This is a very big existing problem in Necro, that Necro doesn't have very good utility aspects. I mean, what aspect would you use if you don't use like Flicker Step on boots? I don't know. I don't know, because there is nothing. There's literally nothing you could use. Because it's always like, do you use intercom? Maybe we should go for Ghost Walker aspect. But what about the critical strike gives you movement speed? But all of them are kind of like, eh. Right? They're like, eh. Out of all your Necro builds, which one do you prefer? Honestly, right now, I'm really vibing the minion build, but that's more like me talking as the minion lover and not as like, you know, the most sense-making build. It's just like, I like minions. Okay, so if I take these boots now, chat, right? These boots give me 62 willpower, 62 intelligence, 17 all stats, and 10% essence cost reduction. So it would actually reduce out from 30 to 27, which is kind of nice, right? But if we're now looking into the aspects, what can I use utility-wise? I mean, here, so I put the boots in, correct? Here, put the boots in. So I can use utility. Right now, the Codex would have for me, Iron Maiden, becoming injured while crowd control grants you unstoppable. I mean, not bad if you don't play Blood Mist, to be honest. Hulking, useless. Aspect of Misery, useless. I mean, you could play Wind Striker, where critical strikes give you movement speed, so you zoom a bit faster. Yeah. Let's see how this plays. I mean, the problem is we're losing like a bit of movement speed here. And we also lose, what is it? A bit of damage reduction. So that's a bit of a bummer. I could roll other boots with movement speed, but also this willpower here right now actually gives us, I think, the Paragon node, right? Oh no! Oh no, we're missing 5 willpower. Well, that's fixed. That's fixed pretty simple. There you go. Ta-da! 5 willpower and suddenly 24,000 life. Whee! I'm the chosen one. Okay, do we have some trembling heads? Amulets? I'm still trying to get better amulets. Is this a Blood Surge build? This is not a Blood Surge build. This is the Blood Surge build. The Blood Surge build. Not the A Blood Surge build. The Blood Surge build.
I cannot do that here.
And Bomber should be utility nice and fitting. Yes. A lot of the Necro aspects should be something else. No, I'm obviously saying that as someone who just wants better builds, but if we think about it realistically, Necro truly has like a lot of the aspects where like, you know what, this is not really a defensive aspect. It more or less yields utility. So why wouldn't we put it under the utility? You know, if I get a high roll on this one, I would have like resource generation. Then we would have essence cost reduction on the boots. Bro, Barbarian, calm down, sir. Think of everything that I can disenchant. Let's get the last thingy here running, and then we go into the vault proper. I do kind of like the swapping between Mother's Embrace and Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. I don't technically think you need Mother's Embrace for the dungeon, and we can try this out now if Mother's Embrace actually feel like if it feels slower or equivalently slow with or without Mother's Embrace, because the thing with Mother's Embrace is like it literally takes like that ring slot, and you're not getting like your maximum value out of your corpse skills as you play Mother's Embrace, but it's at least safe resource bag. I mean, right? Mother's Embrace is like every cast you get 15 resource bag. Oh, I cannot resist killing things like that. And how can you not just like jump in there and drop kick these shitters?
I need time to do that.
Aren't there dummies? There are dummies. The problem with the dummies is they don't have a damage meter. So essentially, if I now want to test if something is truly better, or if a combination of skills might yield more damage, I will have to look at the screen and be like, yeah. I mean, sure, this does higher crits, but it's slower. So what I would, for example, like to know if I would put in a more attack speed, aspect, could I essentially make sure that I in total just you know, do more damage than I would with like another aspect? So do I hit harder or do I hit more? But without a DPS meter, you're kind of like guessing, right? You're like, yeah, I mean, this feels plenty somewhat something, you know? Did you try a full support Seneschal pet for Infinimus to buff it to eternity? Well, I just don't see how you like what Infinimus needs for buffs. I mean, I would rather play a damage pet because Infinimus is already like safe. You know, Infinimus doesn't need any buffs. So like you essentially play a build that is safe, and then you would rather add. more damage to it with the pen. Like you know, like that the pen actually does damage. That's kind of like what I'm looking at right now. Do I not have every stone upgraded on this one? No, I still have stones not upgraded. Holy. But I have like everything bought so much. How's that a thing? Okay, what is this? This is the Vault of Cinders. Copper, copper, copper. Jesus, copper, copper, copper. I have a Vault of Cinders. Yikes. Terrible. Okay, we're gonna try out the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls over Mother's Embrace now. Okay. Are minions cursing with a blood moon or too low chance? I have not tried in a while. The problem is not if minions are cursing with blood moon. The problem is that overpower minions just don't feel as good as shadow minions or as bone minions. So like, yeah. You can play overpower minions. I've literally done it and it's fun to play. But it's just like that. Every other minion combination just feels better. So you're always playing the inferior shebang. And that's where Blood Moon Breaches are a little bit shitty. Because if Blood Moon Breaches were now T-Bolt's Will, for example. So if T-Bolt's Will was the Blood Moon Breaches, right? Then that will work better. Fastly. One thing I have to say when we're not playing Blood Mist, I'm missing. So I just died there, right? Is not being able to engage with Blood Mist. I mean, it's a minimal thing. But like whenever your Bone Storm runs out, right? And you kind of like want to engage with Blood Mist to like pull things together. It's kind of like what's missing currently. I'm also feeling like my 20% movement speed missing. You notice how we just ran out of essence? Oh, we are using Mother's Embrace right now. Exactly. We still managed to somehow get ourselves running out of essence, but we actually wanted to try out the Sacrilegious over Mother's Embrace now. It's going to be interesting because, you know, we get to force corpses essentially. I'll pull everything together. Oh, don't forget to curse because I just forget that. Oh, we run in a circle. No, we're a noob. Just can't shake the feeling this season, so it works, right? Blood Surge works. Blood Surge is fine. But I'm just returning back to the point that I'm like, you know, this works and I'm enjoying it. It's kind of fine. But Bloodlines is just so much more reliable this season. I don't want to do my boy Blood Surge that dirty, Chan. Oh god, I just twice took the wrong turn. I feel bad. But I mean, Lance just feels better. Ring of Sacrilegious Souls can be replaced with keys programming. Wrong. Because the thing about the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls is that it happens automatically while you're while you're blood surging. So the true advantage of the ring is actually it's kind of like damage while. Because I am corpse explosioning, I'm blood surging, and I don't want to press my corpse explosion button. But essentially, while I'm surging, so while I'm doing maximum surge damage, you're getting a bonus of corpse explosions as well. And that's huge. Especially since if I consume 5 corpses, you automatically get 40% damage bonus. That means you could just be stuck blood surging at the moment, and then suddenly your Ring of Sacrilegious Souls just consumes that bonus corpse, and suddenly bibbity bobbity boo, you have the bonus damage going on. While you did nothing but like actually use your main damaging skill, right? That's like the cool supportive feature. And obviously like you're getting the bonus corpse tendrils, but I guess the bonus corpse tendrils is just me being lazy of pressing the corpse tendril button. That's definitely so corpse tendrils, I'll agree. So right now we're not playing Mother's Embrace, we're just playing Sacrilegious Souls, and I think It's feeling equally good, if not just as good as, or even better. I can ask my brother to press 3 for every. No, Crimson. You can't at the same time cast Corpse Explosion and Blood Surge. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. It gives you free damage, and that's just a fact. I mean, like, you might talk about this as much as you want or try to sound as smart as you want, but the fact is and stays that Sacrilegious Assault is not nearly simply convenience. It is free damage. That's happening while you're doing other damage. It's a damage more ring. And that's just fire. The constant explosion noise. I mean, yeah, sure. There's a lot of boom going on. Oh god, without 24% movement speed on boosts, you're truly feeling slow, chat. Oh, I didn't even notice that we like lost so many wardings due to just being lazy right now. Oops, Chad. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention. There, my Bone Storm is back up again. Yeah, I can say without a doubt, though, that I am not missing Blood Mist at all. Which is a surprise, like how well it's working essentially without Blood Mist. Because we all know how much you would usually say, Blood Mist! That skill is mandatory. I mean, you can't like say no to Blood Mist, right? Seems like you can. I should teleport out, but I can't teleport out because if I teleport out, I lose my Pearls of Warding. Even though we're not really playing like we actually do care about our Pearls of Warding right now. Oops, I should wait for my Storm to be up. Oops, I should have waited for my Storm to be up. Blood Mist has always been the skill you can replace easily. You can, but there's also so many reasons to actually keep Blood Mist because it is just a very convenient skill. I mean, like 90% of your deaths can simply be avoided with Blood Mist. Oh, then again, 90% of your deaths could be avoided by just playing slower. But who does want to play slower in an action RPG, right? I mean, if an action RPG is just not all about tempo, then I don't know what an action RPG is about. Probably, I don't know what an action RPG is about. Correct? Equipment broken? Yeah, that's fine. When we're still having like 7,000 armor, that should be enough. Oh, like, listen, we're still having 7,000 armor. That should be like more than enough. If 7,000 armor doesn't help us, then we're doomed to failure anyways. Come on now. We get our robot giving us damage reduction. We get some damage reduction. Oh god, we're gonna so die. Totally gonna work out, chat. There's no question. Like, not like tiny minions are gonna kill us. It's not like that damage is exponentially getting higher if you actually don't have the armor cap. We'll just have to like tank over damage. You know, this is what you call it. Tanking over damage. So just do more damage and just have bury up. That's the whole trick. It's simple. Just kill everything. See, they want to fight, but we don't want to fight, right? We'll just like you just eat it all. Here, everything instant dies. Done and done. The Bone Storm up, pull them together, free pulling together. Oh, also don't forget that Ring of Sacrilegious Souls also works. Oh god, when you're that the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls also works. That, by the way, Blood Mist would have saved me there. When your shit is on cooldown, it's something we cannot discard, right, ladies and gentlemen? So when your shit is on cooldown, when your shit is actually like when your corpse tendrils are not corpse tendriling. I need some lucky hit chances here right now because I don't have my barrier running. Okay, thank you very much. Oops. So yeah, when your corpse generals are not corpse generaling, then what's a good thing? Okay, 7,000 armor. Ouch, Chad. You're not using hemorrhage at all, by the way. Yeah, but that's normal. I mean, hemorrhage is literally just in there for boss fights. That's it. The thing is, and that's very important right now, there's no other skill to use. So in a blood build, Iron Maiden is useless. In a blood build, Bone Prison is useless. We could use Blood Mist for dungeons. Hear me out. We can use Blood Mist for dungeons instead of hemorrhage. But we need hemorrhage for boss fights again. So you would kind of end up to the point where you're like, sure, for a dungeon, you can put out a point of hemorrhage and you can put it in Blood Mist to then have Blood Mist. But then when you reach a boss, then you put the point back again and then you put it there. It's kind of like, do you want to do that? Bone Spirit also useless in the Blood Surge build. I mean, you already have Corpse Generals. You already have Decrepify. You already have Corpse Explosion. You have your core skill. You know? When you change your cursor color, you go under options and then cursor color picker and you choose whatever you feel like. Right? We have all the armor taken. I can't really take more armor. We have all the damage while fortified taken because we're mostly fortified. That's interesting. I would kind of like to take this damage while healthy note, but also kind of useless at the same time. We have all the armor notes taken and we have the HP notes taken. Okay, let's sort through this madness here. No new chest plates. Sadness. I need new chest plates. I don't think like I'll ever get this. So right now, like again, this is what just saddens me, Chad. When I think I do have a single chest plate that has total armor on it. I do believe I have a single chest plate. And we could just try out what if I play Juggernaut aspect right now, correct? Because currently the chest plate doesn't provide us with anything. So wait, do I have a total armor? Oh, wow, you are so terrible. I hate you. What was this total armor too? Your bow's horrible in every single way, no matter what they say. So we're gonna lose like 1,000 HP for this. Actually, more than 1,000 HP is actually crazy. Like you lose a lot more. We're gonna make a socket into this. So just that we can take the Juggernaut, okay? Just so we can take Jugger. Here you go. Put that back in. Okay, so we lose some life. We have 11,000 armor. But we can go to the box. We can be like, hello, good sir, ma'am, whatsoever. Give me the Juggernaut. And you would actually do take Juggernaut over... don't forget, we could take like 3 damage reductions now or 2 damage reductions or whatsoever. So damage rats are also there, which is a good thing. And then you would essentially take Jugger to boost your armor. And if we're taking Jugger to boost our armor, and we talked about this before... we end up kind of like with more than enough. But what we could do now is we could go into the Paragon board and I could willingly remove these 2 points from the armor tree. And I could remove these 2 points from the armor tree, which gives me another 4 points that we can then alternatively do into more life. More life is more damage, right? We could go more crit damage as well. So that is an opportunity on top of that. We could more damage while healthy. We could do more damage while fortified, because why wouldn't we? We could take bonus healing received for no reason but. Bonus healing received. I mean, you could take more damage because that one gets damage boosted, and it also provides us with even more willpower here. Even though we just lost willpower in our helmet. Sad face. Yeah, nothing really good to put that in here right now. Just taking another willpower to just have more willpower because willpower is overpower. And now we have the amount of armor, and that means we're going to go into the Vault of Copper again, whatever Vault of Copper that is, with enough armor. Bloodlands fortifies if you consume lots of orbs. How is it possible with Blood Surge? Blood Surge just goes for Lucky Hit. The Lucky Hit is not a lot, but the Blood Surge soaks, hits, and hits again. So what you have to understand about Blood Surge and the amazingness about Blood Surge is it has 3 stages. I soak, I explode, and I explode again. Look at my fortify. I literally just fortify over Lucky Hit, and that's it. I've already done that. Now, do you notice with like all my armor going that I just don't take that much damage anymore? I might not have 7,500, which is like a little bit too much. Oops, Chad. Little bit too much, but like, you know, at least I can't die anymore from anything armor related. So physical damage is a joke. I mean, I can still get one hit, you know, despite no, I can still get one hit in tier 100s despite having 17,500 armor, full elemental resistance and everything. That's just like, you know, Diablo for you in a nutshell. If you don't have the berry on that. Okay, I seriously don't know what that killed me there, to be honest, because I had the berry up. So there's the point where is 20k armor enough? No, 13.5k is enough, because after that you don't get more damage reduction. So it's literally that. Like, you don't get more damage reduction after that point. But these are like tier 100 dungeons for you, you know, where minions just do what they want. Kind of like a bit the Abattoir of Zir feeling, where if you don't have like the perfect damage reduction rolls on all the items, because realistically I do have a lot of damage reduction right now, but what I don't have is I'm missing 2 damage reduction rolls on my armor, or 1 damage reduction roll on my armor. I'm missing like I do have I'm explaining something volcanic. So damage reduction rolls on the armor. And we don't have any damage reduction roll on the boots, right? And we are having only 1 damage reduction roll on the pants. Plus, we don't have a damage reduction roll on the amulet. Now, we do though have staggered damage reduction, right? So you have 20% damage reduction if you have a Bone Storm up. So as long as any Bone Storm is running, I have a fixed 15% bonus damage reduction. Then as long as corpses are close by, I also do have damage reduction, right? But these are all like the conditional damage reductions they kind of come with. So that can be like a bit of a bummer sometimes. If I curse them, there's another 20% damage reduction. So you notice we do have quite some sources of damage reduction stacked together. But they all kind of need to work, right? Like they're not just there. So it's like either I need to curse them, or I need to have the Bone Storm, or I need to like, right? So it's not like I exist, so I am. There's always like, yeah, I need to do this, and then I need to do that. And sometimes like if you're too slow cursing, or if there's not enough corpses or whatever, you end up like, oh yeah, so you're missing out on that 20% damage. Oh, and I have Safeguard support, right? Which also gives me another damage reduction multiplier. And then despite all these damage reductions, okay, and this is like Blizzard in a nutshell, or this game in a nutshell. So despite all these damage reductions, so despite having everything and like kind of feeling like to the point where you shouldn't die anymore, you still get 1 hit sometimes. So to answer your question about damage reduction and getting 1 hit and all that is, it doesn't matter what you do, because you might end up getting 1 hit anyways. Yeah. I mean, you should still have it. Don't get me wrong. So I would still recommend rather having all of this going on because it just minimizes the amount of time it happens, right? And there's a reason why hardcore players mostly don't farm tier 100 dungeons. Because farming tier 100 dungeons just again makes no sense when tier 90s is more than enough. Actually tier 80s. You didn't struggle with defense, so Mutilator Plate didn't change anything for you. Mutilator Plate is not there merely for defense. Don't forget that Mutilator Plate also provides you with free blood orbs, so that's technically a thought why Mutilator Plate might actually be good, because technically every lance has the chance to make another lance, and then lances are making more lances, and then Gorequill with Mutilator is making more lances, and then you're lancing, and then you're lancing again, and then there's even more lances happening, and then Lanception, and have I said lances yet? And that's why you play Mutilator Plate. Kind of. What are you running on your pet currently? We're running Flesh of Adrenaline with Safeguard support, Tactical, and Duration to essentially make that happen all the time and always and long. And then on top of the tactical support with all that stuff happening together, we are currently running Tempest with breaking support because we need breaking support. And we're also running efficiency support so that we actually crit a lot. Because right now I only have like a 60% critical strike chance, which is kind of weak, right? 60% critical strike chance for losers, chat. Yeah, I literally don't know why I would die there to whatever. But yeah, so 60% critical strike chance is for losers, and that's why we put in even more critical strike chance. And it's really, really good. And then you have breaking support for the vulnerable, because I do have my corpse tendrils to make vulnerable, and we do have the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls to essentially make vulnerable. But they're obviously not always up, right? So you have the corpse tendrils sometimes up every 10 seconds and every like 9 seconds when you do it yourself, or like let's say every 6 seconds. That means you need the bonus breaking support. At least it feels like you want it. I'm just simply used to playing a Cursed Touch. That was really one thing that Vampiric Powers did a billion. I know what I died to, the fire. I died to Volcanic because I was just standing still, chat. Oops. I forgot that every now and then you should also move. So yeah, I'm getting so used to a Cursed Touch because there was this very cool Vampiric Power, which essentially would give you vulnerable to everyone. Oh god, I died to the Volcanic again. So it would give you vulnerable to everyone on hit. And that's insane because you did one blood surge and you just hit everyone vulnerable on hit, right? Your lightning resistance, oh, everything is maxed out. So everything is maxed out. Don't worry. It's mostly me just dying to Volcanic because I'm standing still. The curse of blood surge, right? That's total armor. That's total armor, and the rest is trash. Sad face. Strike chance, lucky hit chance, bone spear. Oh no, it would have been perfect. Bloodlines crit chance, attack speed. The attack speed wasn't so low roll. I would straight up take this gauntlet. Sad face. So yeah, like season 2 had the coolest skill, while Blood Surge was so much better than Say brain. Why Bloodlands was so much better. Blood Surge was so much better than Bloodlands because of that, right? Yeah. Have you tried around with Pain Gorgers? I do have Pain Gorgers at maximum level. The problem is simply that Necro is like not having a single good basic skill where you're like, wow, this basic skill is so good. I really want to play with Pain Gorger gauntlets. I mean, all Necro basic skill are kind of like, they're like okay, right? But Necro also doesn't have like anything crazy going on with their basic skills. So, I mean, sure, you can make Decompose hit multiple targets and that kind of stuff. But you don't really have like this my basic skill is insane kind of thing. Not like a claw druid where you like, oh yeah, I mean, claw's insane, right? I can do billion damage claws. Like, we don't have that. So I kind of want to use Pain Gorgers, and I kind of want to believe there's a build. But I think it might just simply not be a necro item. Probably the best way to look at it is it's not a necro item. Oh, yeah. Did you do a build tier list video? Well, we're gonna actually wait for the real build tier list as we get closer to the gauntlet, because I need to know the final information about the gauntlet that we'll probably be getting this week. Like I cannot see that we're not getting the bonus information, right? Of how the gauntlet exactly is going to be, level of the dungeon, all that kind of stuff. So we're waiting currently for that piece of information to then make an educated build list that also has substance, because right now I would be guessing, but if I know a few critical key points, then I can do more than guess, because you can make things different. Like right now, you notice how we're also like we're tanking a little bit over damage, right? Like if you can kill everything around you in seconds, then you don't need to tank what's around you, right? So the thought process is now if we can kill everything around us in seconds and we don't need to tank it, well, then we can also, in case of a lower HP monster dungeon where we one-click everything, just play builds completely different. Well, what I hope for would be a fireside chat or anything, actually anything, where they show us a playthrough of a gauntlet. I don't see what the advantage is of keeping the gauntlet so secret from us. I would really like to see one playthrough of one single gauntlet just to get a feeling for it as a guide maker, so I can already give you like some preliminary ideas. Like please don't just let us go in blind. Yeah, we don't know how to min-max the score. We don't know how the score is calculated exactly. So we're lacking kind of like the basic information to even like suggest builds, because we're just like we're guessing here at this point, right? They're probably thinking about how to monetize it. Now there's no monetization happening with the gauntlet. The crazy part is, guys, do you know how our latest information about the gauntlet came together? Rod Ferguson was in an Xbox interview where they talked about Xbox stuff, and then they talked about Diablo 4, and the general manager of Diablo kind of casually says, oh yeah, did you know the gauntlet releases on the 13th of February? Hey chat, do you know what? There's no blog post about this. There's no official Diablo tweet about this. There is no piece of information about this that is not in that podcast. So if you're not listening by accident to the podcast, if you don't know the podcast exists, if you have been looking on all the official Diablo channels for the information, well, guess what? You're out of luck. You know, you're out of luck because there is no information. It just simply doesn't exist. That's crazy to me. I mean, the same was, you know what happened when season 3 got announced, guys? So they put a lot of information in the official blog post. And then, you know what they did? They did 2 interviews with PC Gamer. And guess what? In that interview was even more information. But if you don't read PC Gamer, and if you're only on the Diablo Twitter, and you're looking for this information, you would never get it. Because guess what? It wasn't in the official blog post. It was only in that article. How is that a thing? Am I being difficult, chat? Honestly, tell me. Is it just me? Do I sound like a crazy person right now? Maybe I'm the problem. You know, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm just crazy and this is all completely normal. But I kind of feel like that's not the way it should be. Can I ask a quick question real fast? You already did ask a quick question real fast, but maybe you can ask a second quick question real fast and I can answer that quick question real fast. Now. Hut, hut, hut. It's too late. You tried. I don't mind collecting all this information, but why do I even have to? Real fast is subjective. Yeah, my wife always says that too. I'm good. Everything is fine. Oh, I'm good. No, we're still waiting. Okay, I'm a level 87 barb, and I'm 1 paragon point away from maxing the table according to the guide I'm following. What do I do with the remaining paragon points? Well, I find a better guide, I guess, Isolde. Alternatively, spread the paragon points as you feel like. But honestly, you're missing 13 levels, and 13 levels is another 52 paragon points. So that's a lot to just kind of randomly plaster all over the place. So I mean, like, honestly, if those are missing, like, I can find a different guide. That's the best way. What can I say? Like, what necro build are you using? A new one. We're currently trying to make use of the Blood Moon breaches. Okay, let me walk you through this, guys. The basic idea is we're using Blood Surge as our damage source, okay? Blood Surge, damage source. We're currently having 3,100% overpower and 700% critical strike damage. That's good. Basic idea, corpse tendrils, pull things together, Blood Surge everything does with the damage multipliers, Slitless Wall into Blood Moon breaches with even more damage multipliers on the helmet, giving us the barrier, so constantly having barrier up to not die, with the chest having Juggernaut, so we have the armor, the gloves giving us Blood Surge bonuses, then the ring for the corpse explosions for the corpse explosion multipliers, and also essence back. We have Circle of Exposed Flesh to essentially give us Lucky Hit Essence back, which is also really good. And then lastly, we're currently playing the Banished Lord's Talisman. And here I do have a problem, Chad, because I still consider the Banished Lord's Talisman as potentially useless. Now, my problem is I can get free overpowers. I can get that multiplier too, right? But what I'm always thinking about is what else would I play? Correct? So technically we could also play the Grasping Veins on the amulet, and that would be then 60% multiplier instead of 40%, but this is a 120 in total, which is nice. Only on critical strikes though. The thought would be, what other amulet thing could you technically play that could replace this, especially because we would also be getting 3 rings and Tides of Blood. So if we do not play the amulet, if we do not play the Banished Lord's Talisman, we would anyways, over our skill tree, with Tides of Blood, get another 30% multiplicative damage to our overpowers. So our overpowers, also our non-crit overpowers, anyways get 30% multiplicative damage plus. That's nice. And we can also take like something like a damage here, right? You can take just damage, another 10% bonus multiplicative damage to your all damage, which is also nice. So you can take like damage on the neck, right? And you could take blood skill damage as well. And then you can take like ranks to Tides of Blood. So that's also strong. My problem is rather what aspect on the neck would give me so much damage that it's stupid. And here we could also play the Conceited aspect, and Conceited would give us 32.5% too. So we would get 32.5% and another 30%. So that's 60% multiplicative, while we get another 10% all damage plus. You could play Rathmos Chosen for bonus attack speed then, because we would have one more open, so that is also possible. You could put the Blood Surge aspect on your amulet, and the Blood Surge aspect on your amulet would essentially allow you to have your follow-up Blood Surge Super Blasters do more blaster damage. But that's not that much useful. I mean, you could play Untimely Death, but we said that Untimely Death actually needs to heal you. I mean, it would be a 90% bonus damage on overhealing, right? It would be 90% bonus damage on overhealing, percentual based. I would like to have an Untimely Death max roll and a Tides of Blood to test this. The only way to test that, right? See, this is where I would now desperately, without a doubt, need a damage meter. Because how am I going to test this, chat? I could now go in there and I could like blast out 20 blood surges and like kind of guess how high my crits were, correct? And then I can take Untimely Death and blast out 20 blood surges against dummies and see how high my death there is. Correct? Not everyone has a time and patience to theory craft. Yes, that's why guides exist. I will never fault anyone for not wanting to think in video games, because video games are there to have fun, and if thinking is in the way of fun, right? Then thinking ain't good at that stage. And that's why guides exist, to allow people to just have mindless fun. You know, that's what you want to have. You want to play your favorite game, but you don't want to sweat it. It's probably the best way to say it. Like, I want to play my favorite game, chat, right? But I don't want to sweat it. And then I'll look up a guide and I can play whatever I want to play, but I don't have to sweat it. I can just come home from my job where I did a lot of thinking and I just play. Can't fault anyone for that. Is 36.9% lucky hit good or no? 36.9 is average. It's essentially the base, right? The absolute minimum. Because like one ring, 13.5. Other ring, 9%. So that's already 22%, correct? Then you do have on your wand 15% lucky hit chance. Okay, that's 15% straight away. Now, where do you get more lucky hit chance from? Gloves could be another 15%. So alone 30% lucky hit chance is alone your gloves and your weapon. So that's really easy to achieve, right? Then lastly, you want your helmet to have lucky hit chance while you have barrier. And I think that can be another 10%. So that would already be with gloves and weapon and helmet, 40% lucky hit chance. Then obviously the ring with 13.5, the other ring with 9%. And that's kind of like the standard amount of lucky hit chance that you want in a lucky hit chance build. What's the build here right now? The build is the Blood Surge Necro, where we are currently using the Blood Moon Breaches together with the Banished Lord's Talisman to get the maximum damage out. We will also make a Bloodlands version of this. So this is currently the Blood Surge version, but I also would like to see how well the Bloodlands version of this does. The problem is that the Bloodlands version of this wouldn't be that good for dungeon pushing. And now again, here comes the interesting question about the leaderboard, chat. What is the leaderboard exactly going to do? Because if the leaderboard is going on in a certain way, okay? If the leaderboard is going to work in a certain way that I think it might, then there is a build with Bloodlands where I'm going to be using Blood Wave together with the Banished Lords and the Blood Moon Breaches. And I'm going to torch my whole survivability. And I'm going to say, who cares about survivability if I can just chunk out so much damage that nothing matters anymore, okay? Because that's what's going to happen. Do you have an updated guide for this build? No, we do not have an updated guide for this build yet because the build was just created. And I still have to sit down on the Paragon board and truly vibe myself in if I like this Paragon board. Because it's quite tricky to create the one for this. We also have to decide if we want the... Like right now we're playing without essence on kill. And you kind of notice that when we kill things, we're actually sometimes not getting the level of essence back that I would like to get. And you feel it. Honestly, you feel the missing like essence on kill. I miss that. But on the other hand, I can go up to 22.5 life and actually to 24,000 life, which is quite nice.
I need more time.
So right now, Blood Surge is really good for vault pushing, but for bossing, I would still prefer the Lance and the Bone Spear. And there's really the perfect lance build. And the perfect lance build, we're talking about 20 million lances. I mean, if you want, we can also do the lance build today. Man, we have it. My wife just sent me a message. I didn't even see. Fuckity. Okay, I was wondering where my family is because they haven't appeared already today. So my wife went to her mom for food. That's perfect because I can work more today. So chat, well, I got good news. We don't have to end the stream in 40 minutes. We go on. What 20 million per Bloodlands? What 20 million per Bloodlands is not per Bloodlands, but 20 million as a ceiling would be possible if you have everything going on. And we'll see if we can throw it together. Because the Paragon board is the same. So we do already have a Bloodlands build, but I wanted to see about the Blood Surge build. Again, the Bloodlands and the Surge build is the same. Well, not completely the same, and I don't think I have the offhand to actually make this work right now. So I can check if we have the offhand already, else we have to farm the offhand for this. Because it's finally not a build that's plays Litless Wall, chat. Yes, it's finally a build that is not playing Litless Wall, okay? Also, how about we do some Duriels too, chat? Because I'm currently farming more crystals, so we can invite the chat. If you have your own Duriel tries, we can do like 8 in a row or something like that. And we can do some Duriels with the community for whoever wants. And then we can also try to make that Bloodlands build in the long run. So I think like we get some fun ready. Come in.
I need time to do that.
Well, we need to be ready. So Lilith is useless. That's just a waste of time. Like I'm sorry. Like there's no loot from Lilith. There's nothing from Lilith. Lilith has nothing. Mommy Lilith doesn't matter. Her existence doesn't matter. Her suffering doesn't matter. She's not on the menu.
I need time to do that.
Surge is just a fun build. I think Surge is honestly the best feeling as a Necro. Of all the Necros. Just like you walk in and everything just dies. Now what I'm missing is another blood skill. So I'm missing something like Bone Spirit, but as a blood skill. Like throw in a tornado of blood. Throw in a bomb of blood. Anything. Anything blood cool. Like I'm missing a cool blood skill. Lilith is for pride only, and pride is useless. Personal pride. Pride in general is great.
I need time to do that.
Bloodbath's viable this season. Bloodbath's for King last season. Bloodwave ain't cool enough. Bloodwave is an ultimate, not a mastery skill. I mean, right now we have Corpse Tendrils and Bone Spirit. That's it. Where's my cool mastery skills at? You know, where's my cool things that are not ultimates that are cool? And no, Bloodwave ain't cool enough because Bloodwave has a too high cooldown to be cool. You know, if they half the Bloodwave cooldown, we could talk about Bloodwave being cool. Okay? And I wish I didn't have to say that, but it is that. I feel like a demon hunter from D3 as bone spear. I've never touched the demon hunter. I don't even know a single skill of the demon hunter in D3.
Not while I'm in town.
And not a single one. I know all the necro skills. I know some witch doctor skills and some paladin stuff, right? But demon hunter? And if you merely compare Blood Wave to Bone Storm, right? Blood Wave happens every 50 seconds. Bone Storm every 60 seconds. Bone Storm is up for 10 seconds. And then you can actually make infinite Bone Storms, right? There isn't even a Blood Wave unique. Wait, you know what? I noticed there is not even a Blood Wave unique, and it makes me sad. Why isn't there a unique that allows me to turn Blood Wave into a Blood Storm that goes around me? Where's my Bloodstorm, Chan? Where is it? Can't wait for the Witch Doctor expansion. That's what Kurus is going to be. Everyone is like, hey, maybe we're getting a new class, Chan. Dark Soul, thank you for the 3rd month of support, ladies and gentlemen. Say hi to Dark Soul Geek and his sub. Chat, don't forget to bring your own subset if you have them available. Appreciate it. You can spam Blood Wave with the aspect that makes Blood Orbs reduce ulti CD, though. Yeah, so you only need to have the Blood Wave, then you need to have the Blood Wave triple cast aspect, and then you need to have the cooldown reduction aspect. And then if you have all of these together, then you can triple cast Blood Wave, and then triple Blood Wave can be having the cooldown reduction going on. So yeah. So again, you know, ring aspect, where ring aspects are really heavy, then you need the then you need the offensive aspect for the triple cast, right? So that and then with these aspects together, the whole thing is barely viable. Right? How do you keep doing crits with this build? I mean, I have in total, I have in total 22% critical strike chance plus 14% from the robot. 14% from the robot was efficiency support, so that's 34%. Then I get another 20% from the Bone Storm, so that is that's 54%. And then I get another 18% from my Corpse Tendrils. So 72%, right? If you count all of that together, then you kind of end up in the damage I can potentially deal with this. And obviously versus bosses, it can sometimes be tricky making corpses because, like, you know, they die before I can make corpses. That's where you're getting everything together. So at level 87 on Blood Search Necro, 9k armor, 15k life. That's good at all. Yeah, that's great. Honestly, 87 with 9k armor. You could bump the armor up higher if you want to. I mean, just put on a Juggernaut. I mean, this season is the easiest ever to have high armor because you just put on Juggernaut. Airfear, you had problems with the resistances. It's a clutch one with resistances on the minion build. You have to really min-max on the Paragon board and with the rings and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, don't forget about Jug. Jug is really good. Jug is also better in many ways. Oh, Jared, thank you for the 349. Appreciate it. That's really kind of you, ladies and gentlemen. That's our first super chat today. Donation on YouTube. When do you get the pet? Level 8 or so. Oh, I don't have more steel. I don't have more steel. That's very bad. Sorry, chat. We need to gather 5 more steels so I can actually invite you to Duriel tries, because right now I only have 3x and that's not enough. I need 3. I need a 4th Shard of Agony. Does total armor percentage scale with Juggernaut? Yes. You refuse to nerf your evades, but you're not nerfing your evades. You still have 3. So right now I have 3 evades. And like, you know, so I evade, and then I can evade again, and I can evade again, and then there's the cooldown. Okay. I mean, as someone that is a necromancer and that is generally just a very slow character, I don't feel a difference, you know. It's like coming home for me. It's like going from being slow to being slow. Like the same, right? You know. Is this build okay with the two-handed weapon? So the thing with the two-handed weapon is, yes, you can use a two-handed weapon. There's two things that's going to happen. You're going to lose lucky hit chance, so less resource production. That's okay though. So the loss of lucky hit chance is fine. You're also going to lose some attack speed. That's also fine because you just have a net total higher, like, overpowers. The problem is you lose quite some survivability by not having the Lootless Wall / the shield. You're also going to lose max HP, so less damage because of that. Now, considering that you use a two-handed weapon, what you would do is, instead of having survivability, you would kind of tank over damage. You know? So the basic idea is that if you have a two-handed weapon, you do the same you've been doing before. You technically just move a wee bit slower, not much, and just tank over damage. Right? So you go in, and instead of actual tanking things, you just destroy things. Now that might work or not, like, you know. But this is kind of like the problems with a two-handed weapon. I'm generally not a fan of two-handed weapons simply for the reason that one-handed weapons are so much better because you have two aspects, and necro aspects are insane. That being said, if your two-handed weapon now would be a grandpappy, then you can technically hire your overpower crits so much that it's crazy, right? But it again comes with the loss of survivability. Now let me wrap up where I'm going with this. Okay, let me wrap up where I'm going with this. This does technically not matter. So everything I just said does technically not matter if we're looking at the leaderboard, because the leaderboard again is a tier 70 dungeon, and in a tier 70 dungeon, if you have the armor, if you have the damage, then we should do so much damage and so much armor that technically we are actually not in need of more survivability. And that's where we come back to needing more information about the leaderboard right now, because as soon as the leaderboard comes, all my builds are going to change vastly to essentially fit into that mold, because the only dungeons you have to clear is tier 90s, and everyone can clear a tier 90 dungeon, right?
I need time to do that.
Now there's, for example, blood wave builds that play without barrier at all, but you know how they do it? The blood wave builds play without barrier by bullying the opponent. So what happens is that instead of walking in them in the middle and being like, holla dollar builds, y'all, you kind of use the blood wave to essentially herd them in front of you, like herd animals, like cows, right? Sheep, whatever. And you kind of push them always away from you. It's like, go away. And then you follow up right into the carnage you created, and then you keep doing another blood wave and another blood wave and another blood wave. They should have the gauntlet be tier 100. I think the thought of the gauntlet being tier 100 is like, so the gauntlet is meant to be for everyone, and tier 100 is not for everyone. I mean, most people, like, chat, be honest with me. Be everyone now in the chat honest with me. Did you clear a tier 100 dungeon every season? If the answer is yes, I'm impressed. My chat is full of absolute studs and studettes. Female studs, mares. I don't know what it is. Sorry. Like, you know, bangers, essentially. But realistically, not everyone in here has cleared a tier 100. Right? Most people are happy when they clear an 80 maybe a 90, but if even a 90, right? Okay. And I think that's where tier 70 is a good level. You could follow a guide, right? But only because you follow a guide doesn't mean that you're still going to get to the point where you feel like secure enough to just zoom through tier 100s. Jerome, you did it with 42, the capstone. That's a good one. Next season you try a bit earlier. Does Vault Hunter count? Vault Hunter counts. No, I'm talking about T100 dungeon. No matter if it's Vault or whatever, Vault is even deadlier than normal dungeons. You want to know why Vaults are deadlier than normal dungeons? Because something is wrong with the constructs. Something is wrong with them. Like these Vijiri constructs, that's the flies that puke at you, lightning or whatsoever. They're overtuned. I mean, sometimes 100%, like I have 20,000 barrier, I have 20,000 life, I have maximum elemental resistance, and then that construct turns around, looks at you, goes like, bzzz, you're dead. The T4 capstone is 55. T4 capstone is 55. And then you're just like, how, like, why? Why did I just die? This makes no sense by every metric. And then the scorpions also, so they're the scorpions in the vaults, correct? And you're also, again, you're 20,000 barrier, you're 20,000 life, you're like 40,000 effective total support. And then one of these scorpions from the other side of the room shoots his laser beam out of his back. He goes like full Iron Man on you and you're dead. And you're like, okay, cool. But why? What have I done to deserve this? And that's where I'm saying vaults, in my opinion, might actually be harder than normal tier 100 dungeons. Yes, they don't have bosses, but something is going on there. But like, I won't be told different. I am sorry. I'm not believing in conspiracy theories, but I won't be told different. There's something going on. And it's okay. Like, you know, we're not playing hardcore. It's okay. Because if I was playing this in hardcore, I would never move at the breakneck speed I'm doing through the dungeon, right? I would never just dive bomb into things. I would never not play Blood Mist. This would be looking vastly different. I mean, might as well play that barrier sucking thingy just to make sure that you don't accidentally die to some random bullshit. Those poison bees and the catapults that two-shot me on Necrosorc Druid are annoying as fuck. Yep, thank you. It's good to hear that I'm not the only one. This is not me complaining, by the way, so very important now, chat. I'm not whining about this. This is just an interesting observation. An interesting observation that I have made throughout my journeys in these vaults right now. And it's just good to know, right? That these things happen. This falls under the nice to know department, not the me. I was like, yeah, it just happens. Okay, deal with it. I'm not mad. I'm just, oh God, ranks to all corpse skills, ranks to all macabre skills, and ranks to the terror passive. Whew, whoa, sir, what are you? What new pants did you add to the build? We are currently rocking the Blood Moon Breaches that I would never play, okay? The Blood Moon Breaches I would never play because T-Bolt's will was better. I'm missing total armor. I'm missing 2 damage reductions. I'm missing a defensive aspect. I'm missing the chance to get Blood Mist or Corpse Explosion on it. There's many reasons to not play the Blood Moon Breaches. And also, I do not need a curse in the Blood build. There's no reason to play a curse in the Blood build. Yet. It provides you with a 70% multiplier to your overpower damage. And, well, we're doing 3,000% overpower damage. I have a very hard time saying no to a free 70%. The thing is that this is absolute unconditional overpower, okay? It's not like... So the Banished Lord's Talisman is saying, after you spend 300 of your primary resource, you next core skill guaranteed to overpower. Thank you. Your critical strikes that overpower deal 120% increased damage. Conditional, right? Conditional. Very conditional.
Not while I'm in town.
70% of 3,000% is nothing. Nah, I mean, if you're doing 3 million overpower and 3 million overpower damage, and you add another 70% to that, that's quite good.
I need time to do that.
That's quite good. Right? I mean, you have to essentially take everything you do and then just add another 70% to that. That's... Oh. They got you to use them after all. I'm Lady Augie. We're here to make optimized builds, right? We're here to make optimized builds and make everything work. Does it scale that way, though? Crimson, the problem is, yes, it should scale that way. But realistically, can I test it? Can I test it for real if it does? I mean, if I had a damage meter, it would be easy to test. If I had a damage meter, I would go in. I would do 5,000 attacks and see how much damage I dealt. Then I would put on the Blood Moon Breaches and do another 5,000 attacks, right? And see how much damage I dealt. And from that, you could extrapolate this number very easily. I don't have a damage meter to really test this. Now, I could go to the damage dummies, record every single damage I deal, then, like, put it into DaVinci Resolve, slow down the footage, and kind of try to see if I see something. Well, I could not do that. Who wants to go Duriel with me? Preferable people with their own materials, chat. I have 2 Duriels. If you want to bring 1 Duriel yourself, that's appreciated. Put in your Battle.net ID right now. Put in your Battle.net ID. Come in. We can do some Duriels. And then we're also going to flick around and we try to see if we can improve the Bloodlands build too a little bit. Because I wanted to play as well around with the Bloodlands build. I mean, mainly thinking to just see how high the ceiling of my Blood Orb damage could be currently.
I cannot salvage that.
But for that, I do need a focus too. So let's see, Lexi, we're getting you in. Lexi, did I not have you in my friend list already? Seems like a... And if you get in my friend list, by the way, just move in, okay? So don't like, you know, don't wait. I invite you, you get the friend request, you just jump in. Exactly. Peter, I like the D, Peter. Okay, we have 3 people invited. First come, first serve, chat. Sorry if I did miss you. We'll do more of this. I mean, this week now, chat, okay? This week now will be all about slowly moving for perfection. We have another 9 days for the leaderboard. You might not be interested, but I have to tell you one thing that you have not seen maybe. The leaderboards are also giving skins. We saw something in the interview with Mr. Rod Ferguson, and like it was in the rewards, it was saying you ranked up, so you got into a new tier, and you're actually getting skins. Okay, so we invited someone, but we like hasn't reacted yet. Hasn't invited himself. So again, whoever is first comes first. I send you 1 2 outlaws. You're gonna do any Malphas rounds? I have 2 Malphases, and we might also do Malphas rounds. Crossplay. We have crossplay. Yeah, you have to have crossplays on. Like I have crossplay activated because I crossplay with everyone. So whoever's first is first. Look at us, chat. A bunch of nerds level 100. Let's go. So we'll do more of this, chat. Don't worry. We also do Malf rounds. Yes. What we usually try to do is we try to multiply our tries. So I bring 2, you bring another 2, and then another one brings another 2. So we have just more fun together, right? And then we'll do some Malphus too. I mean, probably no Malphus today. I'll gather some more resources that we can do like a lot of Malphuses in a row. Obviously, I will want to have Evernight in Genesis because Evernight or like actual Genesis for this build, it would be Evernight. I wouldn't want to have Genesis for this build. I mean, it's good, but I prefer Evernight to be honest. Who's missing? We got Pale Mercy. Look at him. What a banger. What with the Barb? That's called Barb. And we're missing Mr. Surge as well. We're the lads. What's this new S tier Sever Necro? There is no S tier Sever Necro. Whoever claims that he found one. There is some fun you can have with Sever, I think. Some brilliant fun. Sever just has a problem of being a limited skill in terms of scope and destruction. In terms of where it hits. Can be the problem. Sever is generally like a good skill. Look at you. Beautiful. Look at him, Chan. What a great costume. I'm missing a bit the Iron Man vibes, but we'll take it. Okay, we're missing now Surge. Where's Surge? Why is he not here yet? Surge, what's happening? You have 159 cores. How do you have 159 cores? What are you doing with your time? You know, I barely have like, I think I have like what, 40? I found 40 so far. 40? Yeah, 40. Seems reasonable. Why are you puking at me? What have I done? Oh, this is Blizzard Sork. I heard Blizzard Sork is insane, guys. Also, I will level another Sork. Chat, listen. Tomorrow in the evening, you actually get a Sork leveling stream. I hope you're excited. Chat? Are we going to be excited? Because we're going to do a Sork leveling stream. Because we're going to do a leveling stream with the new event. With the Lunar Awakening. Chat, your shard and act farming has me in shambles. Oh, Scythe, I was looking for this. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Black River. Oh, and Terrible Roll. Fantastic. Sorry, Coral, we're full now. Next time, you are welcome to join us. Is killing Duriel the best thing a party can do now? No. No, you can also kill Malphus. Okay, so we have a Black River. Why did I want a Black River, chat? I want to try out a corpse explosion build, but not a shadow corpse explosion build, okay? So what I would like to do is I would like to do a corpse explosion build. Like, you know, like a physical corpse explosion build. Where every corpse that explodes does like tons of physical multiplied damage. And I think that could work. Technically. Hopefully. Just a thought. The unique stones from Loom. I'm still sad that the unique stones from Loom are hard to get. I think that's stupid. I'm sorry, chat. I'll say it. I don't know if you agree or not. But the unique stones should be easier to get. They shouldn't be like a hassle. Because like this, we're only creating, again, a scenario where most people will never see the unique stones. Sincerely, someone who's already, you know, bored of certain pieces of content, right? But it's not a question of just getting things handed to you. That's never the question, right? We're not asking for, oh god, that's maximum rolls. We're not asking for handouts. It's a stupid thing to say. Yeah, they're the seasonal mechanic. Seasonal mechanic should be there for everyone. I mean, that's why you play season. If the seasonal mechanic is unachievable for some people, or the pinnacle of the seasonal mechanic, that's bullshit. I mean, we're back to the Barbara Heart thingy. Imagine in season 1, you didn't get a Barbara Heart to drop. What then, Chad? What happens if season 1 doesn't drop a Barbara Heart? I get another Scythe. This one is Oh, this one is better but worse at the same time. Oh no. It has 1 rank less in all corpse guilds, and it also does have 1 rank less in like Hood Flash, and it has like, oh god, worse, not happy. If you don't have the Littlest Wall, I would recommend using Osseous Gale on your offhand. It's actually a really nice tech. Okay. Thank you, Katie, again for the tip. That was a real good recommendation that I love to see. Funny, just making things in between. Here, that's Osseous Gale, by the way. I still need a better chest piece, Chad. Oh, wait a second. That is bone skill damage, shadow damage, damage reduction. Why is damage reduction always low roll? I kind of feel like damage reduction shouldn't be able to low roll, chat. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Damage reduction should legally not be allowed to low roll. It should just automatically be high roll every single time. I feel like the range it can roll is just too big. What is the strongest? Can anything compete with Bone Spear? I think the Bloodlands build that's focused on maximum damage and not defense can poop on Bone Spear. The problem with the Bloodlands build that would poop on Bone Spear is still having the problem that Lance is working as cascading damage while Bone Spear is working as instant damage. I still think it should work better. Now we'll see in this, like, it doesn't matter what I think, Chad, right? Because we're finally going to have the leaderboard so we can see how it is. Correct? There's just too many factors that we don't know yet to already make an educated guess. I want to say this and that is good, but realistically, how can I? I'm actually not expecting Uber Uniques at all, Chan. I'm going to be honest with you. So how can I say I'm expecting anything, but we don't know enough? I mean, if you tell me, so the leaderboard dungeon will have 3 lanes, okay? Imagine lane A, B, and C, guys. Okay, A, B, and C. And these 3 lanes, one lane might have 10 bosses in a row. Just think about it, okay? Lane A has 10 bosses in a row, or 20. Lane B has 10 bosses in total, but also huge amounts of minions. And then lane C has so vast quantity of minions that you can't even see the ground anymore. Now, obviously, there's going to be a build that's really good for lane A. And then there's going to be a build that's really good for lane C. And then there's a build that's really good for lane B as well. And that's where, like, until we know a little bit more about this kind of stuff, it's going to be harsh to make, like, any kind of prediction on like what's going to be good, right? Try Malphus solo. Should have to return 1 stone if solo and 2 if duos, trees do 3, or is all for all 4 groups. Yes. I mean, if I do Malphus solo, I should only have to return 1 stone. If we do 4-man Malphus, we return 4 stones. That would be great. I would like that. That sounds reasonable. Chad, why are you so reasonable? That's crazy. Imagine talking to a bunch of reasonable people with reasonable arguments. Who are you? And what did you do with my chan? Who are you? And what did you do with my chan? Long range, little resistance, medium range, balance, short range DPS checks, something in that direction pretty much. I like the Blood Surge build, Chan. I think this Blood Surge build is pretty good and deserves its own little guide. That's for sure. I could not carry more. I cannot carry more. Damage to close, distance, crowd control. No. Pantalones. Okay, I need to go back to the city quickly, boys. I'll be right there again. Smoking a brisket, 10 labels of smoked sausage, and 15 quail. 15 quail sounds like a lot, but isn't a quail like super tiny? the quail like super tiny? So 15 quail sounds like, bro, you're like, are you overdoing it? But then it's like, maybe not. Overpower damage over time, damage to injured. Damage to injured is the most useless metric in existence. Oh, that's another Juggernaut. This is another maximum life, damage reduction, maximum barrier, mineral. Yeah, 15 quails is like 2 whole chickens. Exactly. That's how I felt like. Sounds like you're cooking, but in reality, you're cooking, right? Did I reset the dungeon? I think I did, right? Are you still running the hardware specs with a 7900? Yes, I'm running the 7900 XT, and it's honestly just a blessing and a joy. The streaming PC is running a 7600. It's going really good. You got the 2 unique stones in the first 3 Malphas fights. See, and this is where RNG is bullshit, Jimmy. Because a lot of people will get the Malphas stones extremely easy. And it's only going to frustrate the people that are still trying to get them. I mean, you might literally take 100 Malphases until you actually have the unique stones. And then your joy of the season is over. That's like, I think this is my biggest complaint. So like the Evernight and the Tuning Stone, the Evernight and the Genesis Stone, you essentially have them when the season is already over. When you're already done with the season, right? Your brother lives in Heidelberg. Never been there myself. Like last season, we at least had our powers from the beginning, right? I mean, there was no, like when I was level 100, I essentially could use every single power. That was really cool about vampiric powers, right? I was level 100. I could use all the vampiric powers. It was really nice. And now I'm level 100 and I have all my stones maybe on 10, right? I'm missing the 2 unique stones that technically everyone wants because they're like unquestionably like the best choice, which is actually sad. So yeah. Oh, could I just stop getting useless ones? Do we have more? I'm not sure where we're at right now. I did my 2. We did another 2. Technically, we should have 2 more at least. I'm 113 Malphas deep and no Evernight. 8 times Genesis, though. That's my complaint with the season so far. Yeah, I think once you actually have one of the unique stones, you shouldn't get the next unique stones. Like, right? You shouldn't get it again because that's kind of stupid. Like again, I meant. Like, Maybe I'm expecting too much. Guys, I'm expecting too much. Honestly, it's me. It's a me thing. I'm just expecting too much from Blizzard at this point. Yeah, especially since they're 1-1. Exactly, right? I mean, like, it's not like that these stones are like rank upable. Good idea. So one thing that I can say about Diablo is Diablo does not have bad ideas. Diablo is not a terrible game. The main problem with Diablo is good ideas, terrible execution. Or good ideas, but not thought far enough. That's right now my problem that I'm hitting on with Diablo in so many ways. It's like, hey, if you only thought this one point 2 steps further, it would be kind of cool, right? Why is your skin green? I'm undead. And I would like it if you would actually not talk about my skin color like that. You, undead cis mother tucker. Seriously. On the other hand, I'm also running player highlight that you can do yourself under options, gameplay, all the way down, display player highlight, and then you can choose any color you want. Right? Oh, pantalones. You do a great job with your guides, though. Thank you, Moto. I mean, for me as a guide maker, it's better if they fuck up things because then I can explain things. Let's be real. I mean, if they screw up things, I can make guides about their screw ups and then I can help you to get through their screw ups. But you know what? It would be way cooler if I didn't have to do that. Why do I get another low roll Blood Moon Breaches? No, Chad, no. It has a higher life roll. It has a lower... No, it has the same damage reduction roll. It has the same curses. Yeah, this one is slightly better because the max life is higher by 70 or so in total as soon as I have this upgraded. Yeah. I think it's better by 70. Blood Search was nice when it comes to the video. Tomorrow is a minion build video planned. The day after tomorrow, we might get the Blood Search build. Then there is another minion build planned, but full men down. That gets followed up by the Blood Wave Bloodlands build. So the coming week is just constantly builds. So I think the next 6 days is 6 different build updates. But it's not like, again, please, chat, carry this out. I am not doing this to to make you play all these builds. It's just literally like, this is cool to watch. Maybe I'll swap, or, you know, this is exactly what I've been looking for. What do you think? Is Blood Surge better than Bone Spear? Blood Surge might be better than Bone Spear under certain circumstances. Blood Surge is 100% better at clearing masses of mobs. Oh, sorry, I missed your question. Sorry, I missed. How does the Paragon build on this Surge build differ from your Lance build? Completely. It should be similar, but I took some different turns and I changed the Essence on Kill, so we're not using Essence on Kill anymore. Yeah, I took some different roundabouts. The Bloodlands build is also taking Blood Orb consumption into damage into the equation, which you're not doing at all with Bloodlands, obviously, of a Blood Surge, because Blood Surge is not consuming Blood Orbs. Right? Is Blood Surge better in S3 than S2? No, in S2 it was better because it had the... in S2, better because it had the Accursed Touch. Okay, this one is... Oh, wow, max roll. Whee! Whee! It has a max roll, but therefore a low roll on life, so suck it. I'm so sad. Cooldown reduction fueled by death and intelligence. Oh. You know what? This amulet might be insane for a shadow damage board. I never thought about it, but more intelligence is actually really, really good for that. Mm-hmm. I am not getting the offense I'm looking for. This is questionable. I swapped Tempest for Firefly with multi-shot, seeking, and piercing for boss fights, and that's smart. That's absolutely smart. I mean, also in a boss fight, I would probably go away from the Safeguard Duration Tactical, because the 20x more damage is not as much worth it. I'm not sure if we're all done. It's not as much worth it as getting... Say it. As having your minion do the damage, because it's doing more damage than the 20x that you get. I have more Avalon. Okay, boys, if you want to spend, I mean, like, it's on you. The pants you're playing are good for Bone Spear as well. No, the Blood Moon Breaches are useless for Bone Spear because this pushes Overpower. The problem with Overpower is you could technically play the Banished Lord's Talismans, right? And then as soon as you spend 300 of your primary resource, you're guaranteed to get 1 Overpower, okay? That means every, like, 1 Bone Spear costs 15 resource, so every 20 Bone Spears, you would get one free bone spear that overpowers 100% and then gets both bonuses, right? And technically there's a 3% chance that a bone spear could also overpower. Because overpower is 3% chance, right? And that's where it like really doesn't make sense, right? By the way, the highest overpower we have seen with Blood Surge today, I think, was 8 million. So if all my multipliers are multiplying, if everything is working out, then you kind of get 8 million. And the fun part about the 8 million is that the 8 million will always be followed up by 4 million. So this is actually essentially 12 million. Minions are the worst. Minions take the most work. There is a very good minion build, but it's not a minion build. It's a Mendone build. So, I mean, oh, Chan, I get boots and pants. Yeah, boots and pants, Chan. Luckily, none of that can be uber unique, right? I've been getting lied to. Repeat that about intelligence. Let me repeat. A shadow board uses intelligence, and a shadow board uses in the Paragon Wither. Wither gives you Wither. You do more damage the more int you have for every 60 int. Now, if I have 800 int, which is easy to get, and then I would take an amulet that gives me another 10 or 12% int plus, that essentially then hires our total int to give us even more bonuses, right? And the more int we have in general, the more damage you have in general. All stats, movement speed, max roll, ultimate skill damage, max roll, damage reduction, low roll. Yep, I like that. That's a max roll on T-Bald's Will, even though we don't even play T-Bald's Will, but it seems stupid to not go for it. Damage reduction while forward. No, this is essence cost reduction, damage reduction from distance, total armor and movement speed. Total armor and movement speed and essence cost reduction sounds like so juicy. Who left us? Okay, we technically have one slot left because Laxi and Outlaw said they have more. But technically we have one spot left for someone to join. We had someone in the friend list who missed his call. Who was it? Who was it? It was Judge. I think it was Judge. You get 2 more sets, Outlaws. If you want to spend them, that's nice. If you don't, that's fine. I mean, like, it's on you, right? You decide. I'm Bone Spirit, and have 970 int. Did I do it wrong? I mean, you don't need all the int in the world. So right now I have 818 int. Int also hires your damage to like int hires your all damage. Int hires your resistances. So having int is not bad. Like you need to understand that having int is great. But you also need to look out for which stats do you actually need for Paragon nodes. So I have 460 dex because I need that for quite a lot of Paragon nodes to actually activate the here, like the rare nodes, right, with their set requirements. The chain that I play is good for Bone Spear. No, this is not good for Bone Spear. So the Banished Lord's Talisman is horrible for Bone Spear. I'm just saying that you technically could play the Banished Lords for Bone Spear. It's just really, really not good. I mean, like, technically and good are two pair of shoes. Two different things, two sides of the coin, right? I mean, there is a way to make it work, but there's a way to make it work. It's not, this is good, right? that's literally just like, if you really, really, really want to, and if you really want to bang your head against the wall, you know, do it. If your 5 boards are all activated, you're doing everything right, sir. And then, like, you know, you don't need any help. I'm so slow. Please. So I just got double unique and it wasn't even Chan. I got double unique and it wasn't even an uber unique. I feel scammed. This is why. Can I stop getting pans? Can I stop getting pans? Seriously? Like, seriously? This is the I don't want more bound. We're full, sir. What would be the optimal amulet for Bone Spear? Evulsion. Potentially Corpse Skills, but mainly Evulsion. Then it could be Bone Skill damage or all damage, for example. Movement speed. And honestly, essence cost reduction, because the less essence you spend on your skills, the more essence you have for the next skill to do more damage, because that's how the ossified essence passive works. How long did it take you to redo the Paragon board? Honestly, the second version of the Paragon board was really fast, Lexi. I'm actually surprised how well it went. The changes also make super sense, what we did to the Paragon board. So it's not like, you know, we're just changing the Paragon board to make it look different. I think all in all, it's quite nice right now. Like we have a good wrapping together of everything. And I like what we did here with the damage while fortified. So we get a lot of damage while fortified bonus. I'm just sad that we can't activate tenacity currently yet. But yeah, we get all the damage nodes, we get all the crit nodes, we get all the damage versus elite nodes. We get like essentially everything you would want to have. Oh, how long ago did you do it? An hour ago? From this point on? Yeah, an hour should be roughly fitting. Nah, let's say 130. So 130 hours ago. Yeah, it makes more sense. And while he's there, critical strike damage. Nah, it's not good. It's a bunch of low rolls. I'm not looking at my equipment while we're fighting Duriel, chat. That would be really not okay. Come on now. But that's how exciting the Duriel fight is, right? You're just going through your gear while you're doing it. Compound fracture is bad. Oh, look, Chad. Look, Chad. I got double again. And you know what? If this is the melted heart of Selig, yeah, you know what? I'm going to be very unhappy. So I really hope that this is actually the Banished Lord's talisman, because I really don't fucking want the melted heart of Selig. You better not be the melted heart of Selig. I hate you so much. I am so unhappy. This is a man that is just absolutely broken down to its bare bones. Yeah, I get the one uber unique, the most useless uber unique in existence. I hate this. I hate this so much, and I want to die right now. Thank you very much for talking to me. This is not good. I'm very not happy. This is just pain. This is just pain. There's only pain. There's nothing else left, chat. There's only pain left. Suffering, sadness. I don't know why I still play this game. I'm not happy. I'm literally like, this is horrible. It's like, it doesn't get worse. It doesn't get worse than this, chat. I'm just literally, I'm unhappy. Is Melted Heart good for any Necro build? Okay, so what does the Melted Heart of Selig do? It has all stats, damage while healthy, and that's significant. So if I put this amulet on, I mean, look at my attack power, 24,000, right? The damage while healthy, look at the, yeah. You see this? You see this, Chad? You see this, right? Okay, you see this. Insane. And this is unupgraded. You also get resource generation, which is cool. The main interesting point is 60 maximum resource. Why is 60 maximum resource so interesting? Let's look for the Bone Spirit build. Bone Spear. Okay. So Bone Spear does more damage the more essence you have. Right now it's a 36.3 multiplier. Now it is a 56, 57, 60. We're not done yet. It's still counting up, chat. Okay, it's still going. So 66. So it's another it's another 30% more damage, multiplicative. Okay. It's actually nice in that case. So I promise, chat, I promise to make a Bone Spear Necro with this, okay? It's useless for Blood Surge. Absolutely, like, not even, there's not a question if Blood Surge can use it, okay? So I promise to do a Bone Spear, and I promise to do a Bone Spirit with it. Because for Bone... Okay, what does this mean for Bone Spirit, chat? Okay? Bone Spirit does 1 damage. Bone Spirit does 4% more damage for every point of essence. So this thingy here right now is adding 60 times 4% more damage to your Bone Spirit. I mean, with Bone Spirit, I was already at 180 essence, roughly. So I'm at 240 essence with this amulet, right? 240 essence, chat. And that times 4%. Okay, 240 essence times 4%. Makes how much damage? Oh, and don't forget that Bone Spirit actually gives you more essence too. So technically, we could try to make a Bone Spirit build where the Bone Spirit technically nukes nukes bosses with a one-hit to a degree. I mean, we will experiment with this, and I think the video will have all the builds in it. So we'll have one stream, maybe tomorrow, Chad. Okay, maybe tomorrow if you want to. Tomorrow's stream could be dedicated to making the Melted Heart of Select work. That depends a little bit on if I get the Blood Surge build made. So if I have enough time to make the Blood Surge build, we can also go for the Melted Heart of Select, because I need to make both. So I can't reskill this character until I have made the build, because then I can reskill the character for the next build. Also, by the way, can we have a shout out for Laxi, guys, who's been like putting down all of his here Slick Axe and Shards of Agony right now? Can we have like a round of, because that is greatly appreciated. Like, it's really cool to have the community help here. I went Sever. It's so fun. Sever is brilliant fun. It's a good choice. You have attack power of 13k. Well, attack power doesn't directly say how much damage you do. Attack power is just that, attack power. Okay, so attack power is no magical damage multiplier. Attack power is not a, like, I have 30,000. I do more damage than you, right? But attack power scales your pet, step 1. And attack power generally indicates, though, if you would do high damage. Still, it doesn't make sense, because your shadow damage over time build has 17,000 attack power and does like millions of damage with a corpse explosion, right? You get all Ubers in less than 50 runs. That's impressive, Mike, and also bullshit. You know, like, Mike, it's impressive and I'm happy for you, but it shows how shit the system is, right? If you got all Ubers in 50 runs and other people in 200 runs have a single one, that's statistic. That's how statistics work. But it also shows just that the system is shit, right? I mean, you're lucky, but you're lucky to a point where it just makes the system seem flawed, right? And we're just asking yourself, how can this be? How is this a thing? My problem with doing Melted Heart of Select builds, chat, is if you don't have the Melted Heart of Select, the video is useless for you. You know? This is why I genuinely dislike making Uber builds Because now I'm going to make a video about the Melted Heart of Selig, right? And you're just like, oh, well, fucking, this looks so good. Yeah, now I just need the Melted Heart of Selig. Wow, 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 wow. Womp, 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 womp. Because you might obviously never get the Melted Heart of Selig, right? You've done 450 runs and I'm getting an average Uber every 34 runs. That's a good ratio. Also, 450 runs crazy. Would be better if Duriel just dropped material so you can craft the Uber you're after. Yes, yes. I think it should just be a number game. And I'm not saying that because I want the Ubers. Like, I want this to be understood, Chad. I'm not saying this because I want the Ubers. I'm a Necro. I don't need a single Uber. Okay. Let that be understood. I'm a Necromancer. Necromancers don't need any Ubers. Every Uber a Necro gets is bonus, but absolutely not mandatory or mattering. That's very important. By the way, let's quickly upgrade the Melted Heart of Selig, just so I can actually show you the maximum values. So when you now upgrade the Melted Heart of Selig, first the socket, then you upgrade it. And now it has actually 105% damage while healthy. And look at that, like 21,000 attack power, right? It gives you 7,000 attack power plus. 7,000 attack power plus, Jan. For some reason, the movement speed is low rolled on the Melted Heart, though. Actually, Uber uniques are meant to high roll every single time, right? For some reason, something happened to the Melted Heart of Selig, and it's a low roll. It's weird. Necros getting Ubers is just like getting a trophy for an accomplishment. Yeah, it's like, here, you did very well, trophy. Ubers are nothing you should need. I do agree Ubers are nothing you should need, but if you're looking at Barbarian, you can't compete in the leaderboard without free Ubers. Right? I mean, like, yeah. And there's no way you do anything in the leaderboard if you don't have these 3 Ubers as a... I don't want to try the Grandfather. Grandfather is good on Bone Spear. Grandfather can be used in Bone Spirit. Not that good, but used. Grandfather can also be used in Bloodlands and Blood Surge each, but you always lose survivability. Doesn't matter for the Gauntlet. I'm trying to do a max damage corpse explosion build. That is a very good idea with Grandfather. I'm going to give you 10 each so you can... No, Laxi. You do not give me 10 each. Laxi, we do the last run now and we say thank you. And if you want to do runs again, we can do them when you have time. But we'll do, you know, we'll take your resources for this final run and then we say thank you and do some other stuff. I'm not yoinking resources from our viewers. Have you found any unique glyphs already? I do have 2 more Malphus runs. And now I did actually want to run some more vaults because I still need a chest. We started this morning and I need a chest and we're not getting the chest. I'm using the shittiest chest in the world and I'm very unhappy about it. So yeah. I technically need to run like another X vaults now. Your game froze? I mean, then we're shortly waiting Outlaws. Don't worry. I'm not in a rush. Juggernaut's Warlord played. Max life, damage red from close, and damage red from fortify. See, I would be missing my total armor percentage right now, but actually we don't need it anymore. So you're right about that, Blood Hunter. You're right about that, Surge. I've been so stuck in my head that I think I need the total armor percentage, but to be honest, I actually need just max life. Because I noticed with a Juggernaut, I don't actually need it. Like, I'm still, like, in my head thinking I need the total armor percentage. But I noticed we don't. Because we have so much. I mean, seriously. Like, right? We have 17.5k armor. What for? I can literally drop my helmet, right? And we're still at 13k. I can drop my helmet. which is 1,000 armor less and another 25%. And we're still at 13k. So yeah, how do you get the Malphas mats to summon him? Very simple. The Malphas mats are available when you're doing the Heralds. So you have to go summon the Heralds of Malphas, and they drop the course. What you can also do is you can find the Son of Malphas, and he'll drop a core too. I had 30k and still got one-tapped by a Scorpion at tier 100 vault. The Scorpions are overtuned, and I won't be told different. It's just what it is. Yes. Something is weird about the Scorpions in a tier 100 vault. And, I mean, like, yeah. Like, you can have everything perfect in stats and you still get one hit. Like, super max life, super barrier, super everything, super duper duper uber, super duper duper uber uber super. We're missing currently tacos. What happened to tacos? Can Uber Eats drop on World Tier 3? I don't think so. Also, you shouldn't be doing Duriel in World Tier. You can't be doing Duriel in World Tier 3. Uber's drop from World Tier 4 on. Need an offhand? I'm struggling with getting good focuses this season. Good offhands. I don't know what it is, why it is, what's holding me back, but I'm a struggling creator when it comes down to focuses. I'm focuses on amulets this season. It is so weird that it's exactly these two things, but it's literally focusing on amulets. Oh, I just did like 9 million with Blood Surge. I like that. So a Bone Spear, Melted Heart of Selig build. You know, so I'm like, you get me stuck in the Bone Spear, Melted Heart of Selig thingy, right, Chan? The only way how a Melted Heart of Selig is good ever. Wow, that's almost a killer roll, but the lucky hit while barrier is bad. Thank you, Laxi. Appreciate it. Yes, you can definitely stay, Laxi. Don't worry. I mean, that was fantastic support. I do generally never kick someone off the friend list unless I need space. So, like, we would probably have to drop the Litless Wall and then just play less tanky and more damagey, right? Our minion's still bad with Necro. My summoner just cleared a tier 100 dungeon. And we'll make another summoner who's going to be so good that you'll drop your panties on the ground and you'll be like, take me, father. But that one has to wait a couple of days. Okay, I can only make one build per day because I need to make one build, then I need to make the video, then I'll make another build, then I'll make another video, then I'll make the next build and do. Okay. When we have 9 days left, Chan, and I think I have another 9 builds for you. Okay. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Tacos. Thank you, everyone, for helping us. That is very appreciated. We have it 4:25. Now, there's a world boss that is happening in 4 minutes. What build are you going tomorrow for the sorcerer? I will consult with Mr. Neil because Neil is my main consultant for sorcerers, and I will probably get some kind of very good leveling build. You know, I want to play a Blizzard Sork though. So my plan is to play a Blizzard Sork in the end game. What I play for leveling, I don't know yet. Selig new affixes are playable. Selig's new affixes are insane. The damage while healthy is killer. And I will definitely try it out. Neil, I might not have the time. I'm essentially like on the run, but I'll read through this. So thank you for posting that. Top 2 I'm seeing is Firewall Meteor, but that Blizzard... Honestly, I've seen just Blizzard do unspeakable things. I don't care how good Meteor and Firewall is. I just saw Blizzard being very good and fun, and I want to see it. You know? The glacier aspect is lame. Yes. I mean, just spam vaults until you have it. You know how it is, Dom. No aspect should ever be not available. They did the right thing for Necro Chat. I can build a whole. I mean, look at this, guys. Serration. Splintering. Grasping Veins. That's the third one. Exposed Flesh. Even the Ghost Walker, the Wind Striker and the Ghost Walker. The Juggernaut aspect. And Disobedience. I can make one build. One complete build. For Necro with the Codex of Powers. Without a doubt. And that's super fun to me. I mean, imagine being able to make a complete Necro build. And you don't need to find anything. Not a single thing. Where's the Summoner build with more meta? I mean, we all wish. But, yeah. Is Legendary Aspects better version than Codex? Codex is always the minimum roll, which doesn't matter on certain aspects. So let's say for the Exposed Flesh aspect, that means that you have 30 instead of 50. 30 is still insane. For the aspect of Serration, it's 30% instead of 40%. That doesn't matter. For the Splintering aspects, it's 30 instead of 60. That matters. But for the Bloodbath aspect, it's 60 instead of 50. Doesn't matter. Right? How quickly do you think you'll get the Sorcerer to 100 tomorrow? I'm not sure how long we're playing. I need to talk it through with the wife and how everyone feels in the family and when the patch releases. I would assume the patch releases tomorrow at 7 p.m. I'm not sure if the time is already known, but I would assume 7 p.m. Right? And then, like, we're going to put in another, like, 3-4 hours for leveling and see how far we get. I mean, last time it took me 6 hours to 60, right? And I do believe that the Sorceress is faster. The Sorceress is vastly faster due to the new XP thingies. But we'll see how fast it goes. I don't know if Neil is leveling tomorrow too and wants to level something on the side, or if he's happy with the characters he has right now. But yeah. I'm definitely going to be... Definitely, it should be online, but it depends. Do we have a time? Wait a second. Lunar Awakening. We get the patch notes, right? From February 10 a.m. They said 10 a.m. PST. 10 a.m. PST is my 7 p.m. Yeah, then 7 p.m. tomorrow I'll be there. Tier 3 in 2 hours, but tier 3 in 2 hours is normal. I mean, at the moment, tier 3 in 2 hours is kind of like normal. Like 6 hours to 60 was really nicely quick, to be honest. We just banged that through. But I want to be faster than that. Your Sorg is 48 and has taken you 5 hours. That's pretty good time. I love these zoomed in Ashawa fights. They're my favorite ones. This is not ironic, chat. I just really enjoy this. I don't know why. Oddly eerie. When you're like that close to the boss. Well, that was an 8 million, 6.3 million. It's like I still haven't figured out when we're at our strongest here, chat. But we do some nasty overpower crits, that's for sure. Low codex doesn't matter because it's just a starting point for the build. Exactly. And better have a low codex than no ability at all. I mean, what's worse, Chad? Having a low codex roll or not getting the one thing that you need to make your build work? Okay? Well, what do you want? Well, what do you want? Introverts Unite Alone, thank you very much for the subscription. Army, thank you for the 23 months of support as well. Very welcome to both of you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for everyone being here. And we've been having crazy viewer numbers on our YouTube live streams, guys. Almost like 300 viewers every day. That's crazy. Like I don't actually know how many viewers we have on Twitch. I wishfully ignore that because it stresses me out only to look at viewer numbers. But why do I look at viewer numbers on YouTube in difference? Because on YouTube, I don't expect anything. You know, on YouTube, it's kind of like a boon. Every single viewer is kind of like, where are you coming from and why are you here? What's wrong with you? While on Twitch, with all the years you've been putting in, you have certain expectations. So you're kind of like, you know, why are you not here? Why would you watch that other streamer? He's shit in comparison. I never said that. Who would say something like that? That's absolutely you know, that's not cool, bro. Come on now. What the fuck? But yeah, you know how it is. I was watching on both. Well, Twitch gets a little bit more content because Twitch gets also the thumbnail making that YouTube is missing out on. Okay, I can do one Malphus, chat. One Malphus we can do for sure. Who's with me? I'm sponsoring the materials. Neil, come on. If you're ready, Neil can come. Yeah, Neil's already in. He's my spirit animal, so Neil's always allowed. Like who else? Who else? If we have time, we might do two. If we have time, we might do two. I can do definitely one. It depends on, like, I don't want to do too long today. Judge, you can come if you want. Yes. And a new one. Someone new. Peter. Okay, no one new. My friend list, chat. Oh, Peter couldn't join. Okay, someone new. Evis, hurry up before Peter comes in. This is a race now, Evis. Hurry up. Come. You know, if you're faster, like, we get this going. Oh, don't say me, please. You need to post your Activision so I can invite you. Evis, Ponyhoff something. You know? Subtle? Seems subtle. Are you a cool necromancer? But you're not. What level are you, subtle? Are you even world tier 4? Are you even world tier 4? Okay, good job. Let's go. Doors open. I'm taking the top vault. Okay, you're taking the top vault. Open these gates. I'm taking the bottom one. Tacos, you get the other one. This is the good thing about doing this with enough people, right? If you're doing it alone, you have to like go through everything alone. If you're doing it with all your friends, like everyone just gets there. Yeah, Piotr, you get robbed there. I'm sorry. What I always ask myself, can the other chests also drop the tuning stones, or only the chests at Malphus directly, Chan? Right? So can I get an Evernight and Genesis in these ones here? Only the last one. Yeah, it would be sad. If the whole thing was like made that you essentially split up, but then you're accidentally missing out on the loot, right? I'm so slow. It's sad. In the middle of the street, my house. Oh, pull everything together, please. Oh, I should probably stop standing in traps, Chad. When I just don't give a, you know? Everything is dead. Good. Time for this dad to go to sleep. He's out, doctor. Rest well. Okay, I wasn't the slowest. The other boys are slower than us. Okay, now I can inspect Neil, Chad. Listen. Okay, that's Starfall Coronet. Called up by the Rainman of the Infinite. Together with the Izu's Heirloom. on Ixveld's Corroded Signet with Tal Rasha's Iridescent Loop. Oh, 60% max roll here. Another 30% max roll there. Oh, only 24%. Kind of sad, honestly. Pretty, only 28. Tough. Tough. Okay, who's missing? Anyone know ID the bring Lilith under 50 before Blood Orb spawns still works? No. Lilith spawns Blood Orbs always. They want you to suffer. What's my attack power? My attack power is only 25,000. It goes up to like 42, 43, 45 in a fight. Generally, Blood doesn't have a high attack power because we don't have attack power scaling much. It's not like Shadow. Shadow has 100% attack power scaling, so you can essentially go from 50,000 to 100,000 with one single skill for 6 seconds, which is kind of cool. But yeah, overpower is overpowered. Like, it doesn't really view in the attack power, right? So you do like, 10 million overpowers while you have like a low attack power, essentially. I mean, what matters is this. Source attack power? Well, Neo, spill the beans. What's your attack power, bruv? Spill it. Been playing Blood Nova a lot this season. Have not been convinced to swap off it. Blood Nova is just still good. Blood Surge is just still fun. Like there's no one's gonna say Blood Surge is not fun, right? Also, Blood Surge should be really good against Melphis because I should be able to just stand in the middle and then just destroy everything. Ever run Bone Splinters with a Bone Spear with a Bone Splinter aspect? Yes, that's my most fun build this season, Mexican. Ah, don't ignore the traps. Traps do damage. Ah. Can you even destroy the traps when you're doing Melphis with a team? Oh yeah, you can. I just need to stand like right next to the trap here, as you can see, and we can destroy it. It's kind of funny. Right? Like we're just standing in vicinity, essentially. Whee! Unique stone incoming, Chad. Whee! I'm so sad. Why not? Like I have zero expectations and yet I'm disappointed. Okay, we can do another one. I have time. We can do another one. I have to admit that Melphis at least is fun compared to Duriel. Like, as much as Melphis is just running through, right, and not giving a fuck, it's still more fun than Duriel. Because Duriel is just horrible. I mean, seriously. I at least enjoy doing Melphis. Oh, let me reset. Did the Sork say attack power? I don't know if Neil posted it. No, I don't think Neil posted it. He was busy frying. Where's that streamer luck when you need it? Hey, chat, come on. We can't complain. I already got one Uber Unique today. The one Uber Unique that I did not want to have in any capacity. The one Uber Unique that I did not care about at all. But I still got it, Chad. Come on, be positive. I'm really enjoying this Corpse Explosion heavy build. Kind of like the ranged Blood Surge. Just have to use Bone Spear at the moment. I mean, yeah, it makes no sense to not use Bone Spear with the Corpse Explosion build together. Because it's just like the best range. I did so much Duriel last season. Honestly, I did so few Duriel this season that I'm still fresh and new and it's okay. Especially since it has a reason. Like, finally, we have a reason to do it, guys. Okay? So you have to you have to understand that last season you had no reason to do it. I mean, Abattoir Zero was not a reason. Now, we are at least talking about leaderboards, right? So you technically have a realistic reason, and that's personal e-dickery. Like, you want to show your gigantic internet genitalia to your Tinder dates and be like, look, I'm top 10 in the leaderboard, and they're gonna be like falling unconscious straight away because they're like, wow, I can't believe I am here in this restaurant right now with such an amazing person. I mean, there's plenty reasons to like do the leaderboard, right?
I need time to do that.
Sounds like an absolutely not made up story. That's totally realistic. I love Tinder date who would be impressed by that. Exactly. It's not a question if a Tinder date would be impressed by that. It is like desperately looking for a Tinder date that would be impressed by that. That's exactly. This is what we're looking for. We're simple, chat. Just looking for a girl who would be impressed by your leaderboard achievements. Is that too much to ask for? Can't be that hard, right? Not only would be impressed, but also in the leaderboard. I like that. Do you have an update for the Blood Surge build? No, I don't. We don't have an updated build yet. Okay, so I am sorry. We literally made this build, and I think there's still a few kinks I have to iron out before I can release this to the public. Okay, so we more or less have this build at a level of this is done. But I kind of want to go over the Paragon board another 2 times, and I want to redo the skills probably before I can tell you this is it. You will probably have to wait. I might have the build planner tomorrow and the video in 2 days. Okay, I cannot, like, a build guide video takes me around, just to give you a number. So a build guide video takes me around 3 to 4 hours to make, with everything, thumbnail, description, all that kind of stuff. And you know, that on top of like actually streaming our 8 hours, you know, like a man gotta sleep, you know, and see his wife. Oh my god, an ancestral ring from oh my god, an ancestral ring from him. Oh my god, it's a mother's embrace, chat. Can't believe it. It feels kind of robbery, honestly. I'm looking for uniques from the chests, not like for uniques from him. I feel like I get robbed, man. Some I feel like I get robbed. Okay, well, I can't do another one. Thank you, Neil, Season, and Tacos. Do appreciate it. We'll be having to cut you out here, guys, before my dog poops everywhere into the house. Thank you for being here with me. If you're interested in the Blood Surge build, in roughly 1 hour, this will also go live as a VOD on YouTube, so you can rewatch it to just see how we build this. But again, the updated guide will be out there in two days latest, where we also optimize the skills, because I think there's 2 things I want to change that I've noticed. 2 things that do make a difference. So it's still not perfect yet, and especially in the Paragon board, there's better ways. I think there's better ways to go through the boards and maybe to order the boards. Yeah, I have an inkling of a plan. Okay, so I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, with a shorter stream and an evening stream. Until then, great good time, night, evening, day. Love to have you all there. Hope you have a fantastic one. Don't forget to subscribe, follow, lurk, chat, watch the YouTube videos, tell your granny, and see you all the next time. Now I need to find the button to close things without my PC going crazy.